I'm probably going to do some trucking now. That's the best thing to do. Actually, let me just pull up. Where's my screen record? I need to add this actually to my stream deck. Alright. Let's pull that across. Fucking chicks calling Mezzo out. Alright, ProMods. Actually, let me look at the files. Yeah, I remember. Let me text. Get audio says. Okay, lots of stuff. Cool. So all I need to do is extract to extract files. Documents. Euro truck mod. Boom. So I have version 256. I should probably remove 25. That one. Oops. Yes, all. Okay, so in 233 and 251, that will give you some more storage space. Ah, it's 14 gigs free. Hey, that's what I want. That should leave all 256 assets involved. Cool. Alrighty, let's get your truck up. So, I need to, because I'm using track IR, and it doesn't actually entirely work with. So I had a little track out there and actually clipped onto the left-hand side of my headset, but that unfortunately it can. Actually, VDub's probably gonna want to do some practice now with for AC, so I might do that actually as well. We'll see what he says. Let's go to wait. So I might be doing some practice for 2 or 4 hours in the morning next week. Now I think about it, I'll actually put up iRacing and just see when the 24 hours Daytona is. I'm glad I managed to get that win because I've had problems. Like Bathurst with 2 hours of Croc Motorsports, so like, oh, I should have won that and I didn't. Go Racing, current series, right, should be down the bottom. Oh wait, is the... Hey, Le Mans this weekend, prototypes. I'll actually pop in and drive it to Lava for a bit. See how that goes. So no... I want to do this at some point, but it's until September the 5th is the next one. Right. So looking for one VOS Global Endurance Series, which does feature... it's prototypes. Yay! So schedule is for Daytona to be September the 4th. Oh, that clashes with something. Lovely. Because that weekend is... Oh, it's the weekend of racing. Because there's a 2-hour... 4 hours of GT3 Spa. Combined live. And then kick off round one. Anyway, so I should be able to do that, hopefully. It actually depends on if, what should we called, if I'm still in lockdown, which, if I'm being honest, is likely to happen as I look at Switch and stuff. Okay, so I'll keep that in mind for the moment. Anyway, let's get this all set up and everything. So put the clip on the hat and line it up on the middle. And then I grab these shitty headphones and I plug them into this cable. I need better ones, to be honest. These will be annoying. Alright. Euro Truck. I might actually download the American Truck one and like get Canada as well. I'll do that as well. Problem's gonna be is like, you sort of won't be able to see my face mask because where the camera is, and if I put it up top, it's gonna obstruct the top bit of the thing. Truck, indeed, bro. Alright, let me just put up Truck IR. Get that sorted. Get that lined up. So, just fix it up. It's actually also not quite in the middle as well. Just fix it up. Yeah, it's a big one. Alrighty, so that's sort of set up, even though it's... No, it's not eye tracking. This little clip here thing, infrared sensor. So it's called Track IR because it's called Track Infrared. It's not Tobii eye tracking. Alrighty. Play Euro Truck. It's not ideal though, because I gotta change like headsets. Put on like a shitty pair of headphones that I don't like at all. Sound quality is terrible with them on. Which one do I want? Sorry, mod testing. Mod manager. I have all the Assassin's Creeds, like all of them, the whole entire franchise, because I can. You know, that's what I do. Like, it's not compatible anymore. Oh, they went on sale a long time ago and stuff, so FOSS is not going to work, because I know that. Alright, so doubles anywhere, that's what I want. B double. I need to get it. I need the def file. It's not 2.56. It's incompatible. D6. Back. Generate diff file. Yeah, I can turn off damage if I want to. Generate. Cool, that should appear in there. Let's confirm changes, mod manager. I'm just changing my stream title. Alright, definition. And wait for it to load. I don't know why, but like, type on a laptop and like, it's like quiet key clicks. It's actually satisfying. It's a shame my laptop's a piece of shit in terms of, you know, just being slow and stuff. Alright, that's updated. Put that back down because I don't need it. Alrighty. Ah, it's crashed. Lovely. So it must be an incompatible mod somewhere. I at least know which mods actually do work on this version at the moment. The audio volume's too low. I'm going to switch over settings to ETS2. Quickly. Volume mixer 14. Increase that to 14. Increase that to 14. I don't know why my sound settings get so fucked up so often. Oh, is it 14? Cool. Let's go to holding there. Get rid of the rain. Get rid of the sound fixes. Get rid of the engines. Get rid of that. 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 Rid of that. Rid of that. Rid of that. The rest I know works because I've used it in other profiles. And it crashed again. Okay. Ah, lovely. Alright. Let me just pull out my webcam device. Cool. So I'm going to actually get rid of all the mods and just load it in. See how that goes. And then just add each one from there. Basically, this is the best way to troubleshoot. You get rid of all the mods and you see which ones work, and then just go, okay, just add layers on top. And eventually you find the ones that don't work. You also need to change profiles on the wheel. I think it's profile 4 that I have. It sure is, because I can tell by looking at the settings. No, it needs to stay there. Cool. How's that sorted? Alright. We at least know it's a mod. Let's go to the launch pad. Actually, no. Oh, no wonder the audio is so low. That's better. Alright, my manager. Just check if ProMods by itself actually works as well. So wait for it to load, as always. Taking its sweet old time. Let's go through all my notifications, give me ride-ons and kudos in Strava. Because I do a lot of it. I do a lot of bike riding. I have no life. And now I want snacks. The Big Apple and snacks is hungry. I have that quote ingrained in my brain too much. If you're watching too much CSGO, commentating compilations, amazing calls I will say, but wow. Alright. Come on. Load, please. I'm actually hoping to get channel points set up so that in a way, and then you can basically redeem a point and then play the sound alert. Well, and having to spend bits to do it. See my brother thumping around in the bathroom. It's next door to me. Nice. Can I tab out and just look at my... Yep, that's what I want. Get my Le Mans live stream up. I'm not playing the audio because I'll possibly get, thrown the book at. And the game shit its bed. Lovely. Source manager. Don't want Finite Labs. I want that. Nope, there we go. Let's load it up. Took a sweet old time. Okay, so ProMods is in. And just look at that. Look at the whole entire map. We can go to Iceland, we can go way further north. Holy shit. What country is that? Like, way, way north of Finland. Hold up, let me just pull up Google Maps. Very quickly. Home. Okay, I can close you off because I don't need you. Right. Maps. There we go. Docs myself. Is this it? It's not Bear Island. Where was it? Is this it? No. What's it called again? Longyearbyen. Pretty sure this is Bear Island. Ah, no. It's up here. In Norway's Svalbard archipelago. I see. Grumantbyen. Is that a place as well? Yep, sure is. Wow, okay then. Didn't know that. Anyway. So there's that. Can't go to Moscow yet. Can go all the way out here. That's like Serbia, Montenegro area. Yep. Belgrade, Istanbul is Turkey. Well, that's part of the DLC. Normal DLC. Go to Cyprus. And then a lot more in Africa. Alright.
Frith!
Let me just close, take that off. Okay. So we know ProMods works. So I'm going to go back to the launch pad. Please do not open more tabs. Give me... I don't want to press continue game. Alright, let me just expand on my tabs. So expand cycling, expand socials, expand Twitch, iRacing, sim racing. There's so much the taskbar can't keep up. Like, look at this. Just look at it. Just look at the whole entire taskbar. There's so many. I would need a triple screen surround to navigate beyond that. That's why I have all these tabs to quickly keep stuff open and close, even though I still have all these tabs up here that are still open. For example, I think it's like 120 tabs, which is a lot. As I now wait for Euro Truck Game to actually respond and actually load up for me. Be nice if it actually did that. We'd appreciate it. Actually reminds me, I need to go back and look at Andy's stream and be like, and get the name of this program we use for channel ports, redeeming channel points to place sound alerts. And of course, in usual fashion, doesn't want to respond to me. I'm actually annoyed that what's it called? Oh no, there's a curfew of 9 PM. It's almost 11 PM. I want to go and get Macca's, but I'm not allowed to because curfew. Because government's like, fuck you. We're not going to do that. We're not going to let you do that. No fun allowed. Which, okay, yes, I understand, but still. Yeah, again, it's like, oh, it's going to be in lockdown. We had 80 cases yesterday, apparently. Which really just frustrates me. In fact, let me look at it. COVID-19. New South Wales lockdown continues as the state reports 830 new locally acquired COVID-19 cases and 3 deaths. Victoria lockdown continues as the state reports 65 new locally acquired COVID-19 cases. Like, the fuck? How can we go from just 10 to that? Seriously. I'm actually going to change my stream deck a little bit. Alright. And it was 30,000 yesterday, Jesus fucking Christ, 5th, what the hell? Why? Alright. New folder. ETS2. Alright. Nope. It's not ETSR. Job pleb. Folder. Well, I could just do that and then. That works. Yeah, but you guys get vaccinated so often. Like our vaccinations is shit and terrible. And we get hit really hard as well. So that didn't work. All right, source, title. So I want first. Why is my voice mod activated? I don't want you activated. Fuck off. Right. Scene, ETS2, source, that. Right. Text. Yeah, you wish, buddy. I could just like double layer, double woody thing if you want, or just like Inception it big time. Put you in the middle. Alright, source. Scene, ETS2. Maybe want to capture. Source. That'll be webcam. Scene, ETS2, source webcam device. So if I just press this, that works. There's a little on that for a brief second. Boom. Webcam device. Okay. I should just do this for all my things anyway. Like I'm on ATS. I'll probably sit down at some point and go through all the folders and just have it on this so I can just press it while in game and adjust stuff and change scenes. What else do we have? Follower goal, donation goal, it's too small. Spotify capture, sub goal. Alright, so we'll put in source for follower goal, donation goal, Spotify capture, sub goal, BBC radio, and that should work. So let me just rename this one. Rename. Also, Frith, you missed out on me winning a race before. Suck it. Keybinds. Left shift control. What the fuck? Go away. Don't need you. Seriously. Right, it's follower goal, donation goal, text, increase it by 2, no, increase by 1 actually, right, follower goal, ETS2, follower goal, ETS2, donation goal, I'll always go put a backdrop span for it later on. Shows that Spotify. Increase that. Boom. Boom. What else? Sub goal. Hey Frith, if you're still here, I got a question for you. Sort of important question. So turn off that. Webcams enabled. Follower goal set up. Donation goal removed. Spotify capture, I don't have Spotify open anyway, doesn't matter. That works. So if I just go to my episodes.
Of the time, who impressed you?
And there we go. Is there even like a Spotify integration for this? Oh, there is. Lovely. So when I actually use my Stream Deck to pause it, rather than use my keyboard, it actually pauses live streams in YouTube. So look, some Discord stuff. Stitch streaming. Nice. And then... Yep. Cool. Okay. Let's go to the game. Don't care. Right. Exit the launch pad. Do you reckon this camera angle is too high for what I'm doing? Like if it was here, would it be better angle, do you think? I'm just curious. Alright. Doubles anywhere. That. I know SISL stuff always works. I know that works. I know that works. Actually, I don't know what cheats. Right. I'm pretty sure hound dog stuff always works. Actually, I don't want that. Hound dog, hound dog, hound dog, hound dog. That one, that one. Hound dog works. Okay. Put it all the way to the top. So you get the idea. This is the cheese way of sorting it all out. Boom. Oh yeah. Right to the top. Alright. Confirm changes. And continue game. Alright. I'm going to change this webcam angle actually a little bit. This might actually trigger my OCD a little bit because in a sense, that's a bit better actually. I know I normally have it like on the side. If I'm looking at you, I'm talking to you, but you at least know that's gonna work. Big claps. Also, fifth, should I have my donation goal thrown up on the screen? Or do you reckon follower and sub goal is enough? I feel like I'm just going to be overloading everything. Manager, let me just actually bring it down a little bit. Yeah, it's better. See my face more actually. Alright, so we know that works. So I got a donation goal. It sits there. Do you reckon having that on top of the follower and sub goal would be a good idea? Let me actually increase the size as well, just so you can see. Like, do you reckon having this up here would be a good idea? Was it like, is that one too many things on top? Actually, let's just say if I was to do that, that, and that. See if that works actually. Alright. Throw in some more ones that I know might work. But I'm not putting any lighting stuff because I actually adjusted everything in actual updates. See if that stuff works. Putting ProMods stuff at the top. Yeah, there's a one-click button to do it. Boom, ease. Alright. Let's load it up. And just where my stream deck sits, so it's more down here, like there, rather than being there. I'm also going to shut down my laptop. Don't need it anymore. You can go away. And it's update as well. That's lovely. Updates. Gotta love updates. Cool. Okay. Trailer manager. Look at all those trailers I have. Look. Single. Just like a lot of B doubles. I love my B doubles. HETs. Big, thick boys. Long boys. Oh, these ones. This is like the this is actually a mod. Sell. £0. It's worth fuck all apparently. 9,000 for that one. 24 grand for that one. Right. Trucks. Hello drivers. Looks like it. There's me. Do I actually have a good Scania S modified and everything? Oh my god, I have so many Scania R2009s. Look at them. Just look at them all. Oh, so many. Okay, let's actually configure this. Okay, got that apparently. Some in Le Mans. There's no Le Mans track around apparently. Alright. Service station is just around the corner. Let's go. Let's see how this all looks and everything, how it works. crashes. Okay. So now there are some things that don't actually work apparently. And it wants to shit the bed. That went well actually. Alright. So what do they think? ProMods basically expands the map. So for example, London looks a lot bigger in terms of the roads, so you can go to Ireland as well. I was explaining it before, I don't think you were here though. Move that. Remove that, it might not work. Get rid of the sand fix, get rid of the combined engines pack. Okay. I'm only going to be spending the next hour or so just pinging between the mod manager and the actual game to see what mods actually do and don't load. Which will be fun. What's the streaming? Yeah, not many. Like I read Brie afterwards. Never actually been in any Brie. I've been in probably one or two of his streams, but not often. Okay. So we know there's one of the other mods that actually didn't work. Right. So, Launchpad. Let's go in the mod manager. Let's see. I could just like look at the crash logs and be like, oh yeah, it's that one that doesn't work. Why do I have two sounds folders? Tell you what, let's quickly do something. So here's that. Let's actually rename that Spotify. Because I have an extension. Play, pause. Ooh, integration. Yep, okay. This requires sensitive data, so I'm not actually showing you this. Right, where is it? Where did it go? Click here. Alright, login. Pretty sure it's got my Facebook on it. Yep. Exit the terms. Dashboard and create an app. Create an app. Alright. Description. Whatchamacallit? Creation for using gaps. Innovation for stream deck. Understand, create. Alrighty. So client ID is that. Paste, show client secret. Copy, hide. Next. Invalid redirect URL. Oh, I need to do that. Edit settings, website, local host. Enter in the redirect URLs. Click add. Alright. Save. Cool, let's close that. Let's cancel. Alright. Let's try again. It's gonna pop, get started. Client ID is that. Boom, show client secret. Hey, it works. Almost. Cool. Yeah, there we go. We are cooking gas. So if I now press... Oh, that's not working. Device. There we go. Song time, time elapsed. Time remaining. Cool.
Why? Who stood out?
Well, I think
Boom.
as there was what
So I can see actually how long's left actually on the actual thing. Well, time remaining. Actually, let's move it around. Previous song, play pause. Next song. Repeat. Shuffle. Oh yes, this is what I want. Volume up and volume down. You know, because like, it's really frustrating. Like, I have to use my phone to adjust it, whereas now I can just open this up and it's all done. I can actually go in my Twitch folder. Copy. I can just go there because I don't use it often. Let's move everything across actually. Put an ad there, devs there, Spotify there. Because I don't generally be using it when I'm doing games and stuff. So it's now in Twitch. Oh man, I love this. It's so cool. Yes, I have an Adobe folder. Come at me. There's the YouTube one. There's Twitch tools. What's this do again? Stream counter. Oh, I know what it is. It's my devs one. Let's switch have. Yep, nice. Streamlabs. Yeah, nothing useful to be honest. Twitter, yeah. Yeah, system, multimedia. Lovely. Cool. So now I get that set up. I'll get ATS done later on. Let's not worry about it. This is actually like the best investment I've ever made on anything. Without a doubt.
so much publicity, people writing and doing what we're doing, I don't think you'd have to sort of admire somebody and follow somebody to sort of get it really connected.
And who on that grid in the 50s did you feel you connected with?
Well, Stuart, obviously, and Jochen Rindt, obviously. Jochen, because we were sort of a little bit partners in different things. We used to run a Formula 2 team for Lotus.
There we go.
We'll come on to Jochen, but just in the 50s,
So good.
did you have any contact with Fangio, or was Sterling Moss a charm, if that's the right way to put it?
I mean, people were much more close and friendly with it, with each other. As you say, people like Fangio, people like that. Gonzalez was
At least know the 3 below
Further
ProMods,
right.
the ones that are
People,
more
those sort
fuck
of
up if
people,
it doesn't let the
they
game
don't
in.
exist today in the way they used to. Not saying they were better or worse. It was just different.
Okay, so what happened between
Also, Le Mans getting like less than an hour to go to
58
the finish.
and then you getting involved with Jochen? It seems from the outside that you took a step back from the sport. Is that true?
I suppose. I mean, I don't forget I was still running a business when all this was going on. So I mean, this was a hobby.
The motorcycle business?
Well, every cars and motorcycles.
Okay. So racing was just a hobby. And then how did you come into contact with
Oops.
Jochen Rindt?
Because I knew a guy called Roy Salvadori, and then Roy was starting to run.
Shame there's not like actually a 15-second skip option in the Spotify thing.
Jochen was there.
It might be, I don't know.
The moment you saw Jochen drive, you realised he was something special.
Yeah.
But what made him special, Bernie?
I mean, what if you like to say what makes?
Alright
I
then.
suppose you've got to say that Lewis
We're
is
good to go.
special today. What
We're
makes
good to
him
go.
special? Just bloody quick.
Don't need that.
Simple as that. The
I'm just getting
ingredients
set
haven't
up
changed,
properly.
and Jochen was
Yeah.
just bloody quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but on a personal level, how different was your relationship
Cool.
with him to how it had been with any other drivers, Stewart or anyone else?
You know, we just got on very, very well.
And
together.
everything's not set up properly.
And
2 seconds.
used to play gin rummy, and we just got on well.
Used to his
We're
key
just
line
good
off.
friends.
Mm.
And then when we got there, Colin Chapman asked me if we could run this Formula 2 team with Graham Hill and Jochen. That's what we did.
So that was your first foray into running a team ownership. Was that something that you were keen to do, or had you actively sought to get involved in running a team? Or
Yeah, I
Slow it up.
intended to
Come on.
do that. Jochen and I
Put it on the
both
side. Okay.
did. That was our intention.
Options,
To have a
controls.
Formula 1 team.
do you think Jochen was looking beyond retirement, or did he want to race for his own team?
He wasn't looking at that. I mean, it was a case that would have been a year probably after he died.
Actually, I reckon
We would have been running a team. That's why when I bought Connaught,
maybe if I do that,
that was the intention.
it might actually work.
And so, Bernie, can you remember how you felt
It
when
does.
Jochen was
Right.
crowned world champion posthumously? Was
it might
his
work
death
now.
at Monza any different to anyone
Boom.
else's because of the relationship you had with him, or again was it turn the page?
I mean, it was
There we go.
it certainly was different, for sure.
Hey, Darth Vader.
Because we were very close, so it was different. So say those days, everything was different. Like when the accident happened.
So I want to check the audio volume of the game, actually. Guessing the audio levels are pretty good for everyone. Because I can increase it if need be. Actually, looks, yeah, it works. Okay, track configurator. Boom. Engine. I'm running a stock. Let's turn that off. Give me the best one possible. There we go. 12.2. Dark. Oh, one of the mechanics fell over. Alright. Yeah, I went to blast. That looks awesome. Alrighty. It's Ninja. Yep, that looks good. Good. Good, that's what I want at the moment. It's King of the Road stuff. This is actually already good enough as it is. lights there. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that stuff. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'll get rid of the thing. Alright, confirm order. Alright. Let's power on. Guys, that's just a normal engine. A lot of wheel nuts being tight in there. Right, engine. Oh, it's got the heavy haul in. Geez, someone voted on Mac. Cummins. Right, cat. Go this one. See how it works. Okay then. Google. Alright, let's just bump it down one. Let's bump it down to 600. Oops. Actually, what other good 650 horsepower ones are there? Ah, the heavy hauls. Alright. No. Okay, so I'm not going cats then. Pretty sure we have to go Cummins now. Unless I go this one. So, I was running a cat 3408600. Let's try 625. I think it was, yeah, actually sounded good. Not too bad actually. Let's get the lights on. That's better. Alright. Let's look at trailers we have. So what's not being used? B-double container carrier double, current insider HCT, drive fader moving forward, B double. Insulator B double. Thought I sold you ones. Fuck's sake. Oh, it's the 8, okay. It actually reminds me. So I had a mod for this memo to capture. So if I go to Eurochart, did I download it in here or did I downloads? What was it called? Pro downloader. Thank you, Windows. Oh, did I change 56. What did I save it as? TSA drop trailers. Ah, I'll put in American truck. Okay. Would that actually work in Euro truck? I don't know. Explode. Let's just actually just copy that. Place it in. Actually, not a good idea. Extract files. Documents. Euro truck. Mod. Hey, Maxi! Happy birthday the other day, my boy. Finally 18, you can finally drink alcohol. Yeah. Just get wasted. I'm doing good. How are you? It's always a pleasure to have you in my chat, in streams. I wonder if this mod will actually, the TSA mod will actually show up. Ah, it's ATS one, okay. I recommend, if you have food poisoning, go see a doctor. Like, straight away. But no, other than that, good. Good to hear. Okay, let me just pull back up. Let's go into my documents, go into Eurotruck, let's go to mod, where's TSA? It's actually, it's hard to tell, okay. But let's know what it is, lead mods. Yeah, okay. 26. No. Delete. Get out of it. Actually, just gonna try this cargo pack. Yeah, like if it gets worse, do you guys see a doctor? 173 new models. Wow. Like, look at it. There's so many wind turbines at Long Boy. Jesse Cat, military, go back. Hopefully it doesn't. I feel like the cargo pack I have is actually outdated. What do I have? It's 3.1. That's 5.11 this one here. Must have been mod folder, military cargo pack by Jesse Cat. Yeah, okay. Let's download it. You're what's making me hungry now, Maxi boy. I want food, I want to eat. I want to snack on snacks. What do you have with party mix of snacks? Let's download there. And watch the internet download it so fast. Blink and you miss it. Oh man. I got like 2 protein bars left. I don't know if I want to have those or have something else. Just food in general. Actually, Mum might have gone shopping today. Alright, I'm gonna go check don't have any of those at the moment. I'm gonna go check on food. Be back soon. So she didn't go shopping, even though it's a Sunday. She might go shopping tomorrow. Who knows? I grabbed an Up and Go, and I remember that I also have these fruit bars that I can have. I also need to put a jumper on because I'm getting cold. Unfortunately, there's one right there on my bike. So I'm going to put that on quickly. Get it sorted out. Gets it over the top. Hopefully. It's an Up and Go, not up and over. You might have seen them in the UK at some... no, it's not Australian, popped up. So basically, it's a liquid breakfast, as it says. That's not in the right angle. Can I please select my webcam? Thank you. Transform. There you go. Also, why are you in this big fucking mode? Jesus Christ. There you go, that's better. A little bit, yep. So it's liquid breakfast, basically it's like, you know, has 2 Weet-Bix in it. Or Weetabix or Weetabix, whatever you want to call it. So yeah. That's pretty much what it is. Military maniacs. Wow. Maybe English. What do I need to extract? Come on. Base in English. Cool. Well, you can go away now. Right. That. Grab that. A little bit across. Boom shakalaka, it's in. Alright. Will it pop up now? Who knows? Go away. Back to my manager. Let's see, let's see, let's see. It looks terrible on the white black background. Yep, sure do. Alrighty. Let's chuck those 2 in. Put it back down. The problem is, because it's so late here, it's like almost midnight. I'm a hungry boy. Yeah, it is. Just give anyone who needs to eat quickly before they go to work and stuff. Actually, no. No one has time to make a bowl of cereal. Ever. They never do. Because they're lazy. I do have like stacks of my cycling stuff I can use, but I just can't be bothered trying to save it up and stuff. Yeah. No, it's milkshake consistent. So there's no chunks. It's good. It's really good. It's enjoyable to have. It's very nice, as my dad would say. Being the weirdo he is. Oh, there's a Sainsbury there on the thing. Now wait. I need to brush my teeth after this. I can sort of feel the nerves sort of being not okay. Go get it. You're an adult now. There's less responsibilities on you. Well, okay, there are more responsibilities, but more freedom a little bit. True point. Very valid point. Hopefully things get better for you, actually, Maxley. Hopefully they do. Get those beans. Come on, game. Like, that's where it's at right now. I'm loving this difference. Like, this is what the game capture's telling me. And then this is what I'm seeing on my screen. Like, oh yeah, it's like 60%. This is 90%. Come on. Hurry up. Tumbleweeds.
With Colin Chapman there, and the police in Italy wanted to get hold of him and arrest him and do all the silly things they do, and getting him out the country to make sure he was safe, and then looking after things there for Jochen. So the whole series everything was different. And so you become much closer with people when there's a bit of tragedy. We couldn't have been any closer than we were, but you sort of felt more. So that's when I decided then we give it a miss for a little while. Not for a little while, but then it was just give it a miss.
And 50 years on, when you think of Jochen, is there a particular moment, a particular image that you think of which puts a smile on your face?
No, it was millions of things we did together, so to pick one out would be impossible.
For people listening who didn't know Jochen Rindt, was he funny? Is there anything, can you just give us any anecdote or anything that just sums up Jochen's character? Because all the pictures I've seen of him are he looked like he had a really cheeky grin.
Before we get to that, actually, I'm going to show you, and I should also probably remove that. This is what ProMods looks like. So we look at London, for example. This is the A1. M25 that goes all the way around London. Like, this thing is really expanded on. Funny how I've been all those places, but like, not actually apparently discovered routes in there. Well. Jeez, 2.67% explored, oh boy. But god, there's so many roads in this thing. Like, look at Perry, there's so many there. Like, I can go down to Wexford. Actually not far from, oh, it's got a Michael launch is bad here, isn't it? All good, Max. Limerick, Galway, Dublin, Lisbon, Belfast, Londonderry. Go up to Edinburgh, Glasgow, Inverness, Aberdeen. All the way up to Iceland, Reykjavik. Alright. Trailer manager. Let's look at something available. Alright. That's in Berlin. Cool. Good travel. Berlin. Only £1,500. Euros, sorry, not pounds. Just gonna mute my mic quickly. Right, it's up and go, finished. Oh yes, the trailer. Nope, don't want that. Well, actually, let's look at my config. How it's set up. Yep, stable axles. Can you actually do? Yeah, can't quite make it the same, literally. Yep, get the crones. Okay, I'm just going to change these. Endurance chrome. With lug nuts yellow. Let me also just load up my Le Mans.
History.
Yeah,
I genuinely believe it.
I think so. Cycling through our GTE Pro field, you saw the 91.
I kind of want to have the audio one, but now I'm probably going to get my ass kicked if I do. Oh, lovely. ABS has been scrolled down. Get back up there. Actually, no. Thanks, Jimmy Reinhardt. Yeah, it does match a little bit. So how I wore when I went and did stuff with my friend of mine. Okay, what do we say? Joints chrome. That's yellow. I could just be annoying how like hyper and paint, but it looks ridiculous. Blue Saint indicator looks better. Ranger. Pacific. Looks better. That. Pacific. Right. Exclusive. Does it have a side marker? No, it doesn't. It's the left hand side. Spin round to the right. Small side marker on the right. Exclusive. Yep, that's what I want. Exclusive. Production side skirts. And pallet box. Big pallet box. Right. Endurance chrome. Pacific. Ranger. Loose window indicator. It means you can basically drive the trailer around and deliver cargo using your own trailer. So you don't have to worry about having to unhook it and drop it off. It also means that like you can if you want to do specific cargo, you can. So like, when I finish this, I'll quickly show you all the options I have. I mean, you could wiki if you want to, but you could also be a lazy motherfucker and do that. Somehow the other B-double options, all the signs aren't there. Ladder's there, yep, ladder's there. That's very useful anyway. Alright, $38,000, €38,000, sorry. So basically, if I go to my trailer manager, if I want to do steel flatbed, I can do so. If I want to curtain cider, refrigerated, insulated stuff. Yeah, you can drive these HCT ones in Finland. They have cranes. Do side posts if you want. Thought I sold you already. Oh well. Guess not. Oh, I guess it didn't save actually. It must have crashed before it saved. Yeah, generally. In fact, actually, let me just quickly. So if I save. No, when you're choking, it basically means that the water's trying to go into your lungs. Not actually go down the proper travel path into the stomach. It can sort of like force that little thing to close over and like try and force down, but if someone's choking on water, we generally actually advise to have it spat out of the lungs. Because when you're choking, it means that there's a blockage in that gap, in the airway where it splits in two. Yeah, science. And like just being for, and also first aid stuff. Alright, job market. So I go to the freight market. Biggest paying one is delivering SUVs from Netherlands to Spain. Norway to Spain, basically. Whereas if I go cargo market, I can literally deliver boric acid from Helsinki to Portugal, and I get 100,000 more euros. Like all this is over. That goes. That's Greece. Brest to Russia. Toronto to St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg to Cambridge. Oh, I got to go through London. Alright, we're going to St. Petersburg, boys. Because you know, that's what we do. I need you up. Right. Remembered. My teleport does not work. Lovely. Quick travel. Go to St. Petersburg, $2,000. 2,000 euros. Just wasted money away. Because, you know, why the hell not? Why not? Is cargo market still available? Cargo market. Yeah. 5:39. Radio. Give it to you. Now I have to do a U-turn. Radio. And I need to reset the wheel. Because those random vibrations when I turn are not lovely. And someone ping me on Discord. Yay! Let's go motorsports. And just mind about sign-ups. Right. Okay then, that's that sorted. Wheel just snaps back in place. Wow. Where the fuck did you come from? Yeah, good turnaround, buddy. Seriously. What kind of person does that? Okay, so audio level is getting a little bit high, so I'm going to actually drop it down a little bit. Drop it down to 50%. That should be a bit better. If it's still too loud, let me know. Hopefully it's balanced a bit more. But I basically turned down the master volume. Just like... Alright, cool. If it gets louder, I can just turn it down easily. Somewhere in the settings. It's mostly under full acceleration, really. No. Guess what, Maxi? Maxi's back. Tell a friend. But yeah, at this point I'm actually just used to I'll get up after this. No, I'm used to driving around with the steering wheel just being the F1 wheel. It's the only one I've got actually. And I actually prefer it because I have all the buttons I can use. It's like all my switches and dials and toggles and everything. Big convoy of trucks. Interesting. Drivers on both sides had to stop. No idea why, don't care. Jiminy Cricket's Jiminy Reinhardt. Thanks for subbing with Twitch Prime. Much appreciated, my dude. I need to put sound alerts at the very top. Also Streamlabs at the top in terms of, I guess it's actually hidden behind all those other notifications. Can we scroll? Streamlabs, go top. Boom, there we go. Hopefully next ones will be shown up at the top. But yeah, thanks for using your Twitch Prime on me. Very much appreciated. Alright, we're here, boys. It's time to load up. Who, me? You going on me? Nah. I joke. I kid. Alright. Frith, I'm coming to you, boy. Heading towards Cambridge. Ten minutes to go in Le Mans as well. So refill the yards here just for a final pit stop. Pretty sure they planned it so like they can both finish across the finish line at the same time. Yeah, sure I will. Yeah, it's raining. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man was snoring. He went to bed and bumped his head and couldn't get up in the morning. Alrighty, 2,700 kilometers. 40 hours of driving. Pinged again in Discord. More pings. Oh, it's just Johnny's Hulk. Just pinged him when I say good afternoon. Weirdo. What an absolute weirdo. No, he's a cool guy. Has chip sandwiches apparently. Go away, crew chief. Alright, time to spin this bad boy around. How far is lawyer head? What? What? I now understand. What do you mean? Just be okay, that's what I was expecting. Right. Fair enough. No. I love crew trip at times, but also hate it at times. So, you know. Oh yeah, no speed limit. I cannot get fined for speed limit. So, full gas, boys. Gas, gas, gas. I'm gonna step on the gas tonight. I'm fine. Oh no, this is actually geared towards heavy cargo hauling. So I can't quite go flat out. I also need to move my desk because it's going to hit my bottom bar. There we go. Alrighty then, let's just get my chair sorted out. Supposed to not having a dedicated simwig. Come on. Why you go so slow? Right, this guy's ass. Hey, lightsaber. Hey, BB-8. The Eevee. Alright, I'm going to listen to the final few minutes of the actual Le Mans race.
First Le Mans.
Yeah, I mean that's.
But I won't be showing the actual visuals as
I mean, what an underlining of the talent and the grit and the knowledge and the know-how of WRT that they're in this position, whether it comes off in the next 5 minutes or not.
2 laps left, I think, for these battles as the Totas, still with the WRT car well behind.
It's not closing on them at all.
No, it's not.
They're still going at race pace. They're doing 330s, 331s.
So the gaps as things stand for second place between Rines and Blomqvist, 5.7 seconds, 4.5 minutes to go in the LMP2 Pro-Am battle. That gap has come down now to 38 seconds from 53 seconds. It's not coming down quickly
There's
enough.
the Joti
Lovely.
car in the background with the gold nose.
Start my
Was
wheel.
38 the gold nose? Or was that 28? Was that Blomqvist?
We're 38.
Has he now got sight of it? That was just coming out of Mulsanne corner. Too many cars all together. Look, Seb Buemi just with his arm around Jose Maria Lopez. Buemi's not going to win this race, but he's won the last
This is
3
massive.
in a row.
This is massive
he
for this
knows
crew.
what it feels. And for the
Massive.
whole team, you know, it's a new baby, it's a whole new car, it's a whole new way of going racing. So much to learn, to develop, to perfect.
See Lopez there, he had tears in his eyes.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you, you know? They've been
Conway
kicked
as
in
well.
the teeth
Pinged
a few
again.
times here. For
Jeez,
various
everyone's
different
pinged me today.
reasons, not least one of which who was driving a Formula 1 car here on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
But, you know, fate hasn't always been on their side.
It's
As
choke
well as
going low
politics
again.
not always being on their side. But this time,
Good old choke.
they are a lap away. They can't slow down enough to do no more laps. It will be 4 o'clock Central European summertime in just 3 minutes from now. They will go on to their final lap.
4.8 seconds to gap, 4.4 seconds to gap, 3 minutes to go.
Oh,
Still tapping those buttons on the steering wheel.
yeah. It's going to be huge emotion for everybody involved in this project, right from the very start.
Don't be afraid of showing emotion, my
No.
friend. It's a
Dear
big,
Lord.
big deal. Oh, no, it's a WRT car, it's a 41 car.
31. It's 31.
It's the 41.
It is the 41.
It's the
It
leader.
can't be.
It's the leader.
It can't be. He's turning it off and on again.
The leading LMP2 cars
It can't be
slowed.
fuel.
Last lap.
It can't be fuel. It's fuel, isn't it?
It's the leading car on the final lap of the race in LMP2. And they're
Toyota
going to
know
lose.
who that
Freins
feels.
is through. If Freins is through to take it, Tom Blomqvist 2.8 seconds behind
Oh, boy.
on the very last lap.
Unbelievable
Once
for the
again.
41 crew.
Once again, this race.
Look on the laptop. Have they had to stop a lap too soon? It is the
No.
last lap of the race.
No.
There's the battle, Toyota 1-2. There is your leader, WRT, the 31 car. The the second car in the queue. That is Blomqvist. 2.8 seconds, 2.9 seconds.
Car between the pair of them. It's the three cars.
Yep.
It's the first and the third car in this order. That is so cruel. Panis Racing, because they've got to cross the line, are going to be on the podium.
That's ridiculous. Well, listen, you know, if you'd offered it to them on Wednesday, you can win Le Mans, but the other car will retire. Okay, you know, that's a fairly reasonable outcome, but to go from a 1-2 on the final lap, I can't even begin to imagine what Yifei and his teammates must feel like.
2.1 seconds the gap between Tom
Charmy
Blomqvist.
Lacey.
This is for the win in LMP2 at the Le Mans 24 Hours 2021 as the two Toyotas come through on.
Someone said KFC car could win this.
What looks like a photo finish, but behind them there's going to be desperate scenes here. Here comes the leader in P2. There is the second place car.
Robin Freens and the green car with the gold nose in the background. That is second place Tom Blomqvist. There are 1.8 seconds between them.
They could. If these guys slow down for a photo finish, it could be all about whether or not they've cleared the line before those two P2 cars at full racing speed arrive there. 25 seconds on the clock. It's 1.8 seconds is the gap. Wow. Astonishing scenes.
Oh my goodness. This race does it every year to somebody. Not always quite as dramatically as this. The Toyotas are taking no chances going by the Inception Racing Ferrari, but they will pass him. They don't want to go that slowly. Out of Arnage now comes the LMP2 leader, Robin Freens. Still 1.7 seconds, only a 10th gain by Tom Blomqvist. The last lap of the 89th Le Mans, the first of the hypercar era, is going to see Toyota Gazoo Racing claim a remarkable 1-2 result with all 5 hypercars that started still running at the flag. Equally remarkable. Toyota 1-2, Alpine will be third.
It's going well. Spent a lot of time getting the ProMods working, or mods working and stuff. Now we're driving to Cambridge, UK to go see
stopping at the beginning of the final lap. There is our GT Pro winner.
Franz has got traffic.
Go see that boy.
Franz has got traffic, I think.
Not too much, hopefully. It'll be the Inception
As we go around the
Racing
final corner of
Porsche.
Le Mans.
We will see the Toyotas win, and we will then go back to look for our LMP2 battle. There's Franz, and there is Blomqvist behind him. It's going to be one of the closest finishes. He
No
wins
way.
in traffic and takes it by 2 car lengths.
7/10 of a second. 7/10 of a second. That was borderline. Oh, that was
Joy
breathtaking
and
stuff.
heartbreak in WRT. One car retires on the final lap. There's Ferdy Habsburg, Charles Lacey there with a red mop of hair. They are absolutely ecstatic, but for their teammates, utter devastation.
Absolute heartbreak.
Alpine come through to take third place, take a position on the podium. Both of the Glickenhauses will come home. It will be Panis Racing on the podium because the Team WRT car,
Yeah, I saw that as well.
the 41 car has not crossed the line, and that is absolutely a must. 51 has come through to win in GTE Pro. The of course, a Ferrari through as well. The C8R Corvette, 63 cars come through, and it will be the 92 Porsche to complete the podium in GTE Pro. In GTM, of course, not yet to cross the line.
Haven't got to the line yet, but there are your winners. Finally, they make it. Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, and Jose Maria Lopez.
So the TF Sport car about to cross the line in second. The 83 car's gone through to start another lap. So as long as it comes around, we'll do that, and it will be Iron Lynx to complete the podium there. In the LMP2 AM category, they've come home. Dragon Speed take it, and Rick Hedman held off Job Benutet, but lost almost 30 seconds in a charge for the young Dutchman.
I'm trying to hear from Duncan and Mike Conway in the Toyota garage.
Yeah, Mike Conway, what a day. Mike Conway, congratulations. Finally, the winner of the Le Mans 24-hour. Mike, congratulations from everybody. How do you feel? How are you feeling right now?
Hard to put it into.
So let's see. It says Yoda wins 1-2. 7/10 of a second between two cars in LMP2. GT Pros on my AF Corsa by 41 seconds, with GTM being won by minute 41.
Much on his own. What a way to have your final lap to win your first Le Mans in GTEM. Nick Nielsen comes through. Valedictory performance. The last lap of the race for the GTEM winner. TF Sport takes second with the Aston Martin. Felipe Fraga bringing it to the line. Matteo Cressoni for Iron Lynx on the podium. Iron Lynx have really emerged like a rocket in sports car racing. They have just produced the goods since we first heard their name 2 years ago.
Through comes the 83 to take the win in GTM by a full lap.
Yep, there it is.
Ahead of them was the 92 car to complete the podium in GTE Pro.
I want to see the replay of that finish.
Through.
Yep.
So,
Paul de Resta there crossing the line. He's the last car to take the checkered flag, Paul de Resta.
And remember, a first ever GTM class win for AF Corsa. Well, extraordinary scenes at the end of this race. It wasn't about who was going to win it eventually, but LMP2, astounding. Astounding.
Who makes this stuff up?
Team WRT, we keep saying it. We keep saying that drama always comes in the dying moments of a endurance race, and every race it seems to produce just something.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. There's the Iron Dames, the Iron Lynx Ferrari. Rahal Frey bringing it to the end. They had their share of problems. Yeah, Vance.
Alright, close that now. Go back to my podcast. So after I send this message, let me just open up Concept Manager quickly and check something. Yeah, it's possibly not. That's right. So the race is over. Audi, BMW. Ferrari. Sorry. Huracan's in there. That's right, the McLarens are also in there. Should probably check the sign up stuff for getting the information instead of just looking at. There we go. Alright, can close that. And do we do my livery at some point? 10 LMP1s, 13 DPIs, and 9 GT3s. LOL. Yes, Fifth, your mod boy Xenos is also here. Poopy head boys. Poopy head boy crew, as I call it. I'm going to turn my phone off. Let's get my Spotify back up.
I don't know if that's fair or not, but was he quite cheeky?
It was really, I suppose, on reflection, a bit of a practical joke.
Oh God. The first of the practical jokers. What kind of stuff did he do?
Well, I didn't ski or do anything in those days, and he was a very good skier.
Okay, now this is actually getting illegal at the moment.
In a helicopter, landed very high up in a mountain.
Yes.
And sort of explained to me how to get out, complete with the skis. And just as
Squidwables.
the helicopter
Whoa.
just went, and I'm standing there
Okay then.
with skis, which I didn't know what to do with, in a lot of snow, in not very good weather, and off in the helicopter, and no, I'll be back soon, or whatever. So that was the sort of thing he would go
What
to.
happened next? You got to tell us.
No, he came back and physically collected me. But I mean, they're the sort of things that,
Were you worried at one point?
not really, nothing much to worry about.
Wow, he sounds a very special guy. But Bernie, was it?
And we used to, I mean, a good example with him, Colin Chapman had designed a car that Jochen wasn't particularly excited about. So they had a big argument. And what used to happen, we went to a race. They both, Colin and him, would be in the same hotel, but they wouldn't be talking to each other. So Colin would call me, I'd be in England, Colin would call me and say something, say to Jochen, then I'd tell Jochen, and Jochen would tell him this. And this used to go on all the time. And that's how
I'm
things
trying to
happened.
back on, actually.
Or didn't happen. And that
Wait,
was
I
more...
can get fined.
He was very straightforward
Okay.
with things. And if he didn't like things, he'd
Normally
tell you
it gives me a speeding
straightforward.
warning.
You know.
Oh well.
Was his accident at Monza the first time that you sort of woke up and thought, we need to do something about safety?
Not really. I don't know when that happened. I mean, Sid Watkins was the guy who used to look after things for us. We sat down one day and we were talking about things in general and said we ought to get something done about this. It's all a little bit crazy. And then I said, well, like what? He said, it would be nice to have some facilities at a race meeting. So I got really stuck into that.
But what triggered that first conversation with Sid? Because it was 1978, right, that Sid first sort of acted on what you'd asked of him.
I don't remember when it was. I don't remember the date. Might have been, I don't know whether it was Ronnie Peterson when
Pinned
he
again.
died.
At Monza in 78.
Yeah, whether that started. I don't remember.
Did you know Sid socially or...?
No.
Okay,
I
so-
just knew him well because he used to be at all the races.
Yeah.
I got him into that in the first place with somebody from the RAC, I think, suggested he would be a good person to have with us. So I contacted him and got him on board.
Huge progress made in safety, but why is it that you and Sid got on so well, do you think?
I have no
Or
idea.
worked so well together, perhaps?
I don't know. No idea. Well, I suppose in the end, we both wanted something to happen. And so we had to try and make it. And Sid knew that he could rely on me, that if we come up with an idea, one way or another, I'd make it work. He started the air ambulance thing that runs now in London. And we started that together.
Wow. A couple of other drivers I wanted to ask you about. First of all, Niki Lauda. Tragically, we lost Niki earlier this year. How do you remember him?
I think when somebody is like those type of people, like Niki, for example, easy to get on with, somebody you could rely on, somebody you could trust, and somebody that wasn't trying to do evil things behind your back, trying to be helpful always. They don't sort of come that often. So You remember them for all those things.
How quick was he?
He was quick. Probably not the quickest every day, but when he had to be quick, he was quick.
How difficult was it to lure him away from Ferrari, or it seems that he'd fallen out with Ferrari, so was he ripe for the picking?
He's
met
trying to turn left.
In Monza,
Yep,
outside
truck.
the circuit, and he was a little upset. I mean, we were good friends before that, but he was a bit upset with Ferrari in general. And that's when I said they should join us at Brabham. He was the first guy to get $1 million contract. That wasn't what made him leave Ferrari, but it helped a little bit.
And Bernie, how much did it pay you
It's actually
to
a mini
pay
truck.
drivers? Because they're
It's,
all doing something
a
that they
daft
probably
plushie.
do for free.
It's
Because
plushie of a daft truck.
So to write out a check to Niki Lauda for $1 million
Trains.
to drive your car, which in '78, we'll come on to the fan car in a minute,
Yeah.
but how painful was that for you?
It wasn't painful at all because he had a sponsor at the time that was happy to keep him happy and in a team that they thought would be winning race called Parmalat. And so we took Parmalat with Nicky.
Okay, so actually,
It was,
you didn't have to write the check out.
we still had to write the check but it was easier.
That's wonderful. And then when Nicky just said, "I've had enough,"
When Nicky said that,
yeah, when Nicky said, "I've had enough, I want to retire,"
Bit too wide there. That's okay.
what was your reaction?
well, we then had a Ford engine, TFE engine, because Nick had suffered with us with another engine. And Nelson was in the other car and was obviously quicker than Nicky with it. And I think
Yeah,
Nicky
the train
was
line.
probably a bit surprised with that.
The trains around. That's all I can see.
Surprised how quick the car was. So he decided, so when he came to me, he said, we were starting to talk about contracts. He said, well, I'm going to stop at the end of the year. I said, why? He said, well, I've just had enough. I'm going to stop. So I said, well, if you're going to stop, you better stop now. Because the last thing you should be doing is thinking of stopping, then again today, continuing, maybe have an accident, and then be in big trouble for the rest of your life thinking I should have stopped before, and you didn't.
Really, buddy?
So I said, the best thing you can do is go now. He said, what do you mean go now? I said, like now. I said, I'll continue. I'll pay you to the end of the year. Exactly right. Our contract's the same. But you go. And he went.
Let's get what away in the
How
sausage.
extraordinary! So it's your idea. Your
What the
idea
hell?
for him to.
Yeah. It wasn't my idea that he should leave. It was his idea that he was going to stop. It was my idea he should stop then and not, to hang around.
If you're not,
I never had anybody else to drive.
So if you're not 100% committed, may as well not do it.
Well, no, it would be bad. Imagine he had continued, had an accident, couldn't walk anymore because of the accident, for example, and thinking to himself, I was going to stop. Didn't.
Who was the fastest driver that ever drove for you at Brabham?
They were all much of a muchness, really, I think. I wouldn't say one of them was the quickest.
Okay, Bernie, you're coming back. Brabham is coming back to Formula One. Age isn't a barrier. You're allowed one of the drivers that drove for you.
You have to
Nelson
be ready.
Piquet.
Why Nelson?
If we got on well together, he was quick and liked by the team. Everybody liked. He is and was a good guy.
Another practical joker as well, right?
Yes, exactly right.
There seems to be a theme here. The drivers that get on with Mr. E are all practical jokers, no?
I mean, obviously, would I have
think
said Nicky, or why didn't I say Nicky? I think perhaps Nelson was perhaps a little easier to handle than Nicky, in as far as Nicky knew what he wanted and couldn't be persuaded
Sorry,
that he
curve
was
a little bit.
wrong.
Up the footpath.
Whereas with Nelson, maybe you could talk to him.
And do you think someone like Reutemann, do you feel you got the full potential out of Carlos Reutemann?
I don't think anybody did. I think Carlos was much more talented than was seen. I mean, he would I'll give you a very good example of him. If he went over, in those days there wasn't curbs, but if he damaged a wheel even, he'd be upset. be really upset they'd done anything that would damage the car. He was very careful and caring.
Isn't that music to your ears as a team boss, though?
Yeah, exactly.
Keeps it cheap. But he was very quick.
Yeah, he was quick. Again, probably much quicker than we ever saw.
We'll be back with Bernie in just a minute, but first this. Prepare for a racing experience unlike anything seen in-game before, as the biggest motorsport in the world meets the #1 racing simulation game on mobile. Formula One comes to Real Racing 3. It doesn't matter whether you're a Vettel, Hamilton, Verstappen or Bottas fan, because in this game,
is also the worst
you have
game
the
ever
choice
on
of
mobile
stepping
for
into the
racing.
shoes, or gloves I should say, of all 20 drivers across all 10 teams, and taking your racing skills
Like,
to
I
5
played the
of
game
the
for
official
years and
Grand
years and
Prix
years, and it's
tracks,
just like
all
pay to win at the
culminating
moment
in
because
one
of EA.
ultimate experience that you can play anytime, anywhere, directly on your mobile device. So you've got the best of the racing world right there in your pocket, which means that bus or train journey home from work might just whiz by a little bit quicker if you're going flat out around Yas Marina circuit instead of staring out the window.
Thanks, boss.
Real cars, real tracks, real people. Real Racing 3, the definitive racing experience. Real Racing 3 is available on the Apple App Store, Google Play Store, and Amazon App Store for your mobile device. Right, let's get back into it with Bernie. Another driver, Senna. Ayrton Senna. First of all, can you describe your relationship with him?
Well, we were just friends, that's all. I went to stay with him in his house in Bristol.
Perrier bottle finished?
We were good friends.
Were you instrumental in getting him into McLaren in '88, for example, or Williams in '94?
Perhaps a little bit.
Sure
more
is.
Williams. Brabham maybe was the first time he'd
We're
sat in a
good
Formula
until
One car.
When he tested
about
for you
2019, I think it
in
was.
Ricard.
at Ricard,
Yeah.
Or was it Williams, actually? Maybe he did a run for Frank at Donington, did he? But they were at roughly the same time, certainly.
I don't remember.
Were you at that Ricard test when Ayrton drove the Brabham?
Yes.
Can you remember the impact he made on you
Yeah, I
and the
mean,
team?
he was. You could see then what he was going to become. He took the car out just to run to see how it was. And I think it was Charlie writing said to me, Christ, you know, we should have done something with the front dampers or something like that. Whatever it was, like that. So I said, well, what effect that will have? He said, well, he won't know anyway, he won't notice it, but yeah. And Ayrton did another lap, came in and stopped, spoke to Charlie, and told Charlie what was wrong with the car. So I thought, it's a useful sort of a guy. And we never took him because at the time, I think that was the time we had Nelson, and Nelson wasn't too happy with him. Called him a taxi driver.
There was always a bit of an edge between those two
Yeah,
Brazilians, wasn't there?
And the difference is Nelson had spoken to our sponsor at the time and said we shouldn't have him because it would be nothing but trouble in the team, and he's not quick anyway. So the sponsor said we shouldn't have two Brazilians together, really. It would be wrong. So that's what happened. So we didn't take him.
Did that annoy you that PK had gone behind your back effectively?
No, I suppose
Papers,
not
please.
really, because we didn't know how good Ayrton was. We knew he was bright, but we didn't know how bright and how good. So I thought it'd be good to have two Brazilian drivers.
That wouldn't have been an issue for Brabham from a...
Not at all.
Oh, okay.
For me, it would have been not one bit.
What do you think Senna did for Formula One as a whole in terms of his charisma, his speed? Do you feel he sort of lifted the sport in any way?
Well, I think what happened, he lifted the sport more after his accident than before. Before, I mean, he was one of the top drivers, but not in the way afterwards, because he had a big following in Japan, which was quite surprising. And it was because of that, and he's following more or less everywhere, I suppose. He's just a nice person.
Did you get dragged into the controversy after Suzuka 89 and then Suzuka 90 as well, when Ayrton and Alain Prost were...
Prost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get dragged into that controversy? Did you...
Very much so.
Yeah. What's...
With
Looking back
Jean-Marie.
now, who's right, who's wrong? Do you have a... Any thoughts?
I think with all these things, you make a reason for somebody being right or wrong that you sort of like more than the other person. So you make excuse. You don't really look at it, standing back and seeing what actually happened.
Do you think Ayrton's intensity might have occasionally led him down the wrong path, in that he would have such a belief and such an intense belief that he was right, that sometimes...
Well, I think he thought he couldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
Not that he was right.
That he just couldn't... Yeah. Yeah. So, it's 25 years since his accident at Imola, which you mentioned. When you look back at that weekend, what emotions are triggered in you now? What's the
third checkpoint.
thought?
But it was all, for me, very... It was a
Up to
bad
90.
weekend, obviously. But I'd been into the control tower when, obviously, he was missing, hadn't come round. And I spoke to Sid Watkins, who was at the accident. And I said to Sid, what's actually happened? And he said, his head. I thought he said he's dead. We were on a walkie-talkie. So I walked out the control tower, and his brother came to me, and I said, I'm sorry. I said, you know, he's dead. And obviously his brother was upset, like everyone was upset. And I disappeared from the circuit. I think after that, at the funeral, I never went. My ex-wife was very close to him. Went to the funeral, actually with the mayor of São Paulo at the time. And I stayed in the hotel looking on television what was going on at the funeral. I never went to the funeral.
I love you.
Because I thought, the family thought I was being callous when I told his brother he was dead, when he wasn't. Now, whether he was or whether he wasn't at the time, I don't know. Got a sinking feeling he might have been dead anyway. Clinically dead, that sort of thing.
So you travelled to Brazil,
Yep.
but didn't actually attend.
No,
Do you regret now that you didn't attend the funeral?
no. I don't go to funerals. Would I have gone to I intended to go to the funeral. But now I don't.
So you think Ayrton Senna's death brought Formula One to the attention of people who might not have been Formula One fans before? Is that why you say he
Absolutely.
did more? So was there a spike in interest, do you think, immediately
Yeah, I
after
mean,
that?
because it was really probably the first time that generally news worldwide had got
Scratch
out
my head.
about this, which was quite surprising that, you know, somebody got killed the same weekend. Nobody mentioned it.
And so what, the aftermath of Senna's accident, obviously there were safety
full.
improvements were made, but in the immediate aftermath, Williams were left without a lead driver. Can you describe what happened next? Because Nigel Mansell was racing in IndyCar at the time. What happened next?
You know, it was more for Williams than for me. Obviously, I wanted to make sure we had another. There wasn't going to be another Senna. Let's see what we can do.
So how quickly did tell us about the dealing with Nigel, because obviously he had a contract with Newman Haas and he was racing in America. And which was the first race? Was it the French Grand Prix, the first race that Nigel came over for? But how difficult was it to get him in the car?
Well, for him personally, it was never a problem. It was a case with the people that we had to convince they should let him go was the problem. It wasn't a problem, it was a financial problem, that's all. So we come up with what was necessary and made it all happen.
Yeah. Okay, so that's that era. Final driver really I wanted to talk to you about from then is Michael Schumacher. You always seem to get on very well with Michael. Backgammon. Was he a regular backgammon partner?
Never
Rival?
really, I could
he
never
wasn't a
understand
rival.
backgammon, to be honest.
Because you could beat him.
He was just fun to play with.
But
It's
were you
too
tight with
complex for my
Michael?
simple brain to
Is
understand.
Michael a friend, and was he one of the drivers that you've been closer to?
Yeah. Another super talented guy. and a nice person.
What did you admire about him in a racing car?
I think that the way he sort of looked at life in general, that was something perhaps a little different those days. I don't think I really don't know, I mean, whether or not he was that interested in the glory or just interested in racing and winning.
He certainly seems, he was certainly well paid, wasn't he? He was sort of, if Mickey got the first $1 million contract with you at Brabham, Michael, I remember everyone sort of aghast at the amount he was being paid by Ferrari. Is that, how involved were you in getting him to Ferrari?
I don't know. I used to get involved in almost everything. I don't know in details exactly what I had to do.
Bernie, that's a fascinating thing in that was there a period of time when it was all a chess game to you and you were placing drivers in teams and even technical people in teams? Did you ever get involved to that level?
I think
it was a case of sometimes the teams wouldn't know how to approach someone. So if I got a little bit involved with, because I knew the team very well, and I knew the people involved that they wanted, it was easier for me to discuss someone than it is for the person to discuss himself with the team. So that's what used to happen.
And by the mid-90s, were we at a point where Ferrari needed to win again? You've already told us that Ferrari have been integral to the growth of Formula One and the importance. Yep. So were you sitting there in the mid-90s going, what? I've got to do something to help this team win. They hadn't won the title since Jody Scheckter in '79. And you saw Michael as the missing piece almost.
I mean, there was a lot of missing pieces at Ferrari then. And that's at the time when I managed to convince Jean Todt to go to Ferrari, because they needed someone to lead the team that, in my opinion, wasn't Italian. So I had a little bit of a problem at the time convincing the people above Ferrari that they ought to get someone.
Why was it important to have a non-Italian running that team?
Because I think with the Italians, you've got a lot of people in charge and nobody in charge. And I think in the case, Jean Todt had been successful in doing other things with his rally on the, and I thought he's the sort of guy that can do this, which he did. And he became very, very close with Michael, and between them, I suppose. In fact, I asked Michael once, who's running Ferrari now? He said, I am. And that was about the truth. And Jean was clever enough to realise how important he was and let him get on with it.
And did you, as the big boss, get frustrated that in, well, 96 the car wasn't any good, but then in 97 they get to the last race and then Villeneuve pips them. 98 it goes down to the last race, Mika Hakkinen beats them. 99 Michael breaks his leg at Silverstone. I know that there was a lot of frustration within Ferrari at the time. Was there a little bit of frustration from you as well, or not really?
Yeah, but you don't like to see these things. You don't want them to happen. Really and truly, I've always said the right thing to do is the race should be run the last corner, the last lap of the race. And that's what people said. This last race we had in Brazil, it was fantastic. It wasn't a good race actually, but the last 15 minutes was fantastic because no one knew what was going on. No one knew who could win, and that's what people want.
So have you always been someone who sees a race as a chess match? You can have a brilliant Grand Prix that has maybe only one overtaking manoeuvre in it at the front, or do you need lots of overtaking to make a good race?
No. I mean, what you really need is a wet race. If you could rain every race, it'd be great.
Do you remember all the talk about sprinkler systems back in the days? Bring it on.
A little bit cranky, but probably would have worked.
Yeah. Now, Bernie, we mentioned earlier, we talked a little bit about Brabham already, but I just wanted a couple of specific questions about it. Why did you buy Brabham in 1972?
Well, I decided I was going to retire from business and travel a little bit, and Brabham was for sale. Well, at least I thought it could be bought, even if it wasn't for sale. So that's what happened. So I decided and tried to buy it.
So you could indulge a bit of travel with a bit of sport.
I didn't know quite what I was going to do. I mean, I was obviously like
Stretch.
racing. That's what I would have followed, racing a bit more. Maybe not as close as I got to with Brabham, obviously.
Did you already have your eyes on running the sport?
No, that was an accident.
You weren't thinking, hang on, for
Not
me...
at all.
Okay. I need to own a team to get the teams together and then...
No. I didn't know and didn't care. Nothing, you know. It wasn't until I got involved a little bit, had a meeting with the teams, and one or two things took place which I got a little bit control of. And people said, well, would I continue doing this thing and running things for them?
How quickly did that happen? So you buy Brabham in 72. How quickly did the other team say, Bernie, please help us?
I was quite quick, I think. They never had another used car dealer.
Enzo.
Yeah.
It's you and Enzo Ferrari.
Pity didn't speak good English.
Yeah.
And he'd have been running things.
But it really was a happy coincidence. It wasn't you
Absolutely.
plotting.
Absolutely.
So what was top of the job list when...
I think there was two other guys who were doing bits and pieces badly. And that's why if somebody looked as if they could do it better, that's what happened.
And was the moment that
Loving the sunset.
running the sport became more
Sunset.
important than running a team? Was there one moment where you thought, this is what I want to do? And I'm thinking of Anderstorp 78
With the Vanguard.
with the fan car, because you knew going into that race how blindingly quick it was going to be, and yet you volunteered to withdraw that car afterwards. Why?
Because Colin Chapman said to me, what's going to happen? We're all going to have to build this sort of car. It's going to cost us quite a bit of money to do it. And we'd be back to where we are now. So it's really not a big advantage. You're going to win a couple of races before we get together. Because those days it would have taken probably 2 or 3 months for somebody to change their car.
Nicky said once that he would have won the championship in 78.
Yeah.
So you
Nicky
gave up a
wasn't-
championship.
Nicky wasn't happy. Gordon wasn't happy. In fact, nobody was happy that I withdrew the car. Because that's what would have happened. We would have won the championship easy.
And it was more important to you to keep unity among the teams
Yep.
than it was to win the 78 championship.
Absolutely.
Do tell me the discussion with Gordon Murray, who'd been sweating blood to create this amazing car. How did you explain your thoughts to Gordon?
Why? It's just the facts. That's what would have happened. I said to him, you know, maybe we didn't know we was going to win the
That car was
championship
quick, by
then
the
that
way.
easy.
Very quick.
I said, well, maybe everything could go well and maybe they won't. In the meantime, we've upset everything and may not have succeeded in what we wanted to do.
Was Gordon Murray the best designer of that era? Would you have placed him above the Chapmans and the...
I think Gordon was sort of a bit like Colin. You know, he's prepared to hang it out and do things that others maybe wouldn't have done.
And partly because you gave him the free rein to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he must have... I'm guessing, did he come to you and say, Bernie, I've got this amazing idea of a fan. It's going to work like this. Can I do it? And you must have obviously said yes, whereas
Yeah.
other people may have said no because of the
Exactly.
cost. Or, yeah.
I supported Gordon completely. If he'd come up with ideas, I'd support them.
How much
We're
of a
about to leave that
racer
here again.
were you
All
back
this
then?
time. Leave it.
In the Brabham days,
Yeah.
you mean?
Yeah.
Well, the same as I am now, I suppose.
But if you didn't win a race that perhaps you could have done, did it pain you? Or were you just... Did you just... No.
I mean, I remember one race, we'd sold a car to someone, which we never normally had done. And at Watkins Glen, we were first, second, and the customer car was third. And then, sort of halfway through the race, I left. So,
What? Why? Just to
well, I
get...
couldn't do it anymore. I wasn't driving the car.
In
So the
Lithuania.
people that were driving the car, the team were there looking after it. Today, I mean, it's a little bit different. Nobody gave orders to the team and things like that, or to the driver. So what can you do?
So
You
I
sit
totally
there
remember the
and
speed limits
hope it
increased.
doesn't stop.
just the satisfaction of a job well done as the cars cross the line?
Yeah. I hadn't crossed the line when I left.
No, I know, but you wouldn't want to stay and watch them. No.
No, I knew when I got to the airport what had happened. We'd won the race, I was happy.
And who would phone with the news? Was there sort of a particular system?
I think I must have phoned somebody.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have bothered to phone me because they thought I wouldn't be that excited anyway.
With Christmas creeping ever closer, I thought I'd let you know about how you could bring part of Formula One history either straight to your doorstep or as a gift for that avid fan in your life. Thanks to F1 Authentics, you can find timeless, unique, and original memorabilia that brings your favourite sport from the racetrack straight to your door. From Fernando Alonso's race-worn overalls in 2007 to a Mercedes AMG Petronas Motorsport team front-wheel rim turned drinks table, there's a Christmas gift for every Formula One fan. Or even as a treat for yourself, why not? With a wide variety of memorabilia on offer, no matter what your budget, you're sure to find something you love. A majority of products start at only £1, with brand new products added every day. And if you've still got time to get everything on your Christmas list, then you can bid to get the best price for your item.
Sort of
Or if you want
bypass.
to know that that gift is definitely yours, make sure you hit the Buy Now button. One of the many great products that has caught my eye is a Lewis Hamilton 2019 mini helmet. This year marks such a historic moment in the sport, with Lewis claiming his 6th title, and the mini helmet is the perfect way to celebrate. All products come direct from the official F1 teams, drivers, suppliers and partners, so you'll never be disappointed with fake items
slow
that
zone
you
now.
might see elsewhere online. So what are you waiting for? Get in the driver's seat and bag your favourite authentic memorabilia from Formula One's official online shop. Visit www.f1authentics.com and become the owner of a
1,300
piece of
kilometers.
Formula One racing history. Right, let's get back to Bernie. Well, so Bernie, you go from the sort of the different eras of Bernie Ecclestone's Formula One career, but you go from you sell Brabham in, what is it, 88 to Joachim Latifi? Is it 88?
Yeah.
And then obviously things change very quickly in terms of the sport changes very quickly. I wanted to ask you,
I didn't sell to. I sold to Alfa Romeo.
you sold Brabham to Alfa Romeo? You've just kicked me under the table. Did you?
And then it was sold to Mr. Luti by Alfa Romeo. I did the deal for them.
Yeah, it's funny, they're a sort of constant touchpad through your career, aren't they, in terms of engines in the 70s, and then of course the deal to sell to them
What do you mean
with Alfa.
with Alfa? Yeah, when Kitty was there, it's another guy we got on very well. For good reason, he didn't speak any English, and I didn't speak Italian, so we got on like a house on fire.
Another person you got on well with, at least from a business point of view, Max Mosley.
Yeah.
What was the secret of your success as a partnership?
Well, we trusted each other completely, and I suppose we relied on each other doing what we were doing. I mean, Max would maybe hold me back from doing things sometimes that I was a little bit too early on.
Someone to go there.
And he'd slow me down a little bit. I've got a lot to be thankful for Max. Apart from being a super guy, he was a
Max,
guy
Max,
that
super
would
Max.
steer me, if necessary, in the right directions.
Did your different backgrounds ever prove an issue at all in your relationships?
Not at all.
Were you kind of good cop, bad cop? Is that fair?
No, not really. We would very good together. Would never have an argument, with people as if I didn't side in with him or vice versa. We had the same ideas.
Oh, elevator, by
He
the
was
way.
Max was a racer.
Also,
Good to see you there, buddy.
Yeah, it's a,
great combo. Bernie,
he
what
still
was...
is. Max, he still thinks that way. He should have been the Prime Minister, actually. He'd have been a good Prime Minister.
Did you ever encourage him to...
Yeah, and I spoke to Mrs. Thatcher about this. I said, you should take him on board.
What did Mrs. Thatcher say to that?
Well, she couldn't do much at the time.
Because of Max's father and history, or...
Well, we'd got over all that. I'd spoken to a lot of people about that. Nobody seemed to care. I don't think that was a problem.
Bernie, what was your management style when you were running Formula One. A lot of people have said it's divide and conquer. Would you agree with that?
Really, it was a case of trying to get everyone to sing from the same hymn sheet, to agree that maybe these ideas wasn't that cranky anyway. Let's give it a go. You can't suddenly, what people have said to me about this divide and conquer, because if you do that, all you've got is complete chaos, and you wouldn't be able to achieve anything then.
Do you think you were a confrontational boss? Did you enjoy the confrontation of taking on someone and anyone who disagreed with you? Or
I don't mind a bit of competition, but no, I don't think that ever came into it. I tried to, if I had ideas, I'd try to make sure that we put them through.
did your desire to make money ever come ahead of what was right for the sport?
No. Any money that was made for myself or the company or for the teams was done because we were doing the right thing. It was never the intention. If I was dealing with promoters, I'd always try to do the best deal I could. But it would be with the right people and good reasons for why we wanted to be with them.
And of course, in the mid-90s, with your digital TV effort, do you feel that that didn't work because you were ahead of your time?
Probably yes. With the 8 channels we had, the people didn't make it work. The people that bought it from us,
Jesus, buddy.
the French, I think the Germans, they really didn't believe it. They bought it and didn't
You're supposed to
believe
give way to me.
it, so didn't get behind it.
Whereas, do you think if you'd introduced that 10 years later,
May
the public may have been more accepting?
It's what people are still talking about it today. Be able to buy a channel for onboard camera or whatever.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing.
Bernie, just a few more things. Money. When did you make your first million?
As strange as it may sound to you, I never bothered about making money. I made money because of things I had done or was doing. It was never my intention to set out to do something to make money.
Do you know when that first million came along, or?
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't know.
Some people might say, oh, it was 1963, great train robbery.
Wasn't enough money on that train to make the million.
2.5 mil, wasn't it?
Was it 2.5 mil?
I think that's what they say, wasn't it? Not enough money.
So those days, yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was good publicity.
For you, yeah. Forbes magazine says you're worth 4.2 billion. Is that accurate?
4.2 billion what?
Pounds.
Pounds. I don't know how they know. They take the money out the bank and count it, or what? I don't know. People speculate on these things, don't they?
Is it accurate, or?
Is it accurate?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never bothered to check. The only concern I have at the moment is that the money doesn't run out before I die.
Are you spending quite quickly, or not?
No, maybe there isn't as much as you think.
Bernie, what other sports are you interested in?
Tennis? I follow tennis.
Did you ever play?
No.
Is football something? Because of course you were a part owner of QPR for a while, Queen's Park Rangers.
Unfortunately, I was the owner, basically, or the biggest shareholder. Didn't interest me. As long as I owned the team, I never went to many games.
Why did you get involved?
By accident, complete accident. Because Flavio Briatore said to me one day, there's a pizza restaurant, I think it was, that's for sale in London. I said, yeah. And he said, do you know anything about it? I said, I don't know, what's the name of it? And he said, QPR. I said, well, I've never heard of QPR as a pizza restaurant or anything. I said, let me find out. So, which I did. I said to him, well, it's not exactly a pizza restaurant. So he said to me, well, do you think any interest in buying it? It's for sale. And I've subsequently found out all about that it is a football club. And that's what happened. So I thought it sounded a good idea. So we jumped in.
didn't go to any games, but did you enjoy the business side of it?
No.
Any parallels with running a Formula One
No.
team? No. There's just quite a lot of no. Yeah. So quite relieved to get rid of it in the end.
Yeah, we escaped intact without losing any money, which was a bit of a feat.
Yeah. Did
Flavio said, why don't we get involved? I've got a guy that I think would help marketing the team. It's the guy that's now running or started Formula E, Alexandra Gag. So we put Alexandra on board with us to come up with some ideas, and didn't come up with many of those days. Subsequently, he has done very well, but he didn't do very well for us in football.
any other sports? Eddie Jordan told me once that you had a few nags and horses in training, or greyhounds.
Horses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got horses in training? Race horses?
Not anymore.
Okay. So it's tennis.
It's another thing like football for me. I think I must have had close on 10 horses, and I went, I think, to maybe 3 races.
Did they win?
Yeah, I had Mr.
Alright, I need a toilet. Back in 2 secs. I'm just getting a little bit tired. My legs are starting to get a little bit on the sore side. But that's okay. I have to stretch it out and get it sorted out for tomorrow. And just fix this carpet up. So I'm going to bugger eat, as always. Oh, so I'll post a video of this. Hold up. Wow. Where did that LMP2 car come from? tyres. This wish it gets cleaned up. Yep. This wish get cleaned up. Wait, what? Is that a phone?
We have to wait on control, okay? On the race control, Sophia, okay?
Let's go look at the comments.
Sophia, you have to come out of the car.
No, it's stuck in first gear. I cannot, the clutch is stuck.
Be careful, Sophia.
Yes, but if I go to first, it stalls immediately because there's no play on the clutch, it's stuck. I'm trying. Yes. Yes.
It's just the feed buffering. That sucks for them. I remember seeing that car moving sideways and just getting hit. So that must be frustrating for them to have that happen. Alright, let's get back into it. And it's towards Cambridge. Come on. Just fucking chill on a gym mat. There we go. That's better. Now steering's fine. Cool.
Tory rode for us and won a couple of races. Yeah, we did average.
Did you get quite a buzz out of owning a horse, winning with it? Frankie riding for you?
No.
Did you?
I was happy to have Frankie with us.
Yeah. Keen on the betting side?
Yeah, I mean, people, I don't know whether people do bet on their own horses. They think they know, but they never do.
When you look back at it all, Bernie, the biggest thing you got right in your career?
The biggest thing that I got right. I probably getting Formula One on television in the way which was a bit of a battle because it was against all the television broadcasters. So I was very happy that not only did we manage to succeed, but it worked.
Anything you regret?
What I regret? Probably something I want to forget, and I can't remember what it was.
What about the 2005 US Grand Prix at Indianapolis? The problems with Michelin and only a 6-car race. And, oh, crikey, when you look back at that, anything you'd have done differently, or anything that particularly frustrates you even now when you think back to that weekend?
Yeah, it was Max's decision, which I thought was the wrong decision to make.
Max's to just go ahead?
No, not to. I mean, the way the whole thing was conducted, I thought was a little bit wrong. I mean, Max and I never argued about things. But in this case, I said, well, it could be another way. Don't need to do that. And Max was completely right about people know where they're going to race and know what tyres they should be on and whatever. So it was really one of those where Max is very good, gets stuck into something which he thinks is right and doesn't back off.
But do you regret not putting a chicane in that would have allowed the Michelin runners to race? Or?
Yeah, I'm just saying that there was a million things we could have done. Not exactly a million, but quite a lot. Yeah.
It was a stressful moment on the grid. Did you believe then, did you know then on the grid that the Michelin runners were going to pull off after the parade lap, or were you still hoping even then that the race would go ahead?
It was me that suggested that's what they should do.
To pull over, pull into the pit?
Yeah.
Most stressful time of your career?
I think I've had hundreds. I've had lots of things happen which have been stressful in the time. Nothing in particular to say, well, this was the most stressful.
Now, it's been 20 years since you had your heart op. Can you remember what symptoms you had prior to that?
I was walking and I had a pain in the chest. Went home and said to my ex at the time, I'm going to thought I was.
And how's the ticker now? Has it?
Still working.
But you feel you look in rude health.
I have a checkup. I should more often, but I get put in the tube and they have a look and see what's going on.
And was it concern over the ticker that prompted you to sell in the first place?
To sell what?
The sport.
Oh, I didn't sell. I gave bloody shares to my ex. We put everything in a trust, and the trust decided that Formula One wasn't the right thing for them as the trustees, and they were the ones that sold.
But it was the health scare that prompted all that.
Early on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was going to die for sure. I was told. No discussion about it.
The wife was telling you, wasn't it? And
disappointed a lot of people, huh?
Selling or
no, not dying.
Not. I'm sure that's not true. Bernie, what about a knighthood?
Knighthood?
Yeah. Would you?
Don't particularly agree with these things.
Okay. I was going to say, are you disappointed at any level that you haven't been knighted? If you think what you've done for motorsport, for jobs in the UK.
I think 20 odd years ago I was given the opportunity. I decided not to.
You turned a knighthood down? Why did you turn it down?
Really because I don't think doing things that I've done deserve any acknowledgement from anyone. I mean, all the things I've done, I didn't set off to do something good for the country. If by chance it happened, I did do something good for the country, good, but it wasn't my intention.
Would you like to see Lewis knighted? Lewis Hamilton?
Well, there's no reason why he shouldn't be. I mean, he's done a great job for England, for sure. On the other hand, like myself, he never set out to do something good for England. He set out to do something good for what he wanted to do. But I mean, there are people lots of occasions where people do try to do things for the country and don't benefit from it financially. They benefit, perhaps they have done something good.
So, final question. What's your legacy?
Don't have one.
Really? You think you don't have a legacy?
I would disappear and be forgotten within a few months, like most people. Nobody remembers something. The world moves on. New people, new things happen. And, I mean, the world is moving so quick now to what it used to, maybe 20 years ago even. It is easy for people to sort of march on for new things, new ideas.
Never mind.
Well, Bernie, on that note, thank you very much for your time. Lovely to chat.
Thank you.
When possible, make a
Let's get the voice navigation up as well.
It takes a brave man to leave Bernie stranded on top of a mountain as Jochen Rindt did. But actually, I'm only joking when I say that, because this chat proved to me that Bernie is human. He does have a sense of humour. He does have a sense of perspective. And he's able to laugh at himself, as proven by his description of the symptoms of his heart problem 20 years ago. He's throttling back these days, spending his money and enjoying himself while still coming to a few races each year. And why not? Bernie, thanks for your time. It was great to catch up. Well, that's it for another episode, and while the Formula One season may be over, we'll still be back next week with a guest you will not want to miss. I promise you, it's a beauty. As ever, I want to say thanks for your feedback about last week's episode with Rubens Barrichello. The man's a legend, and he didn't disappoint in his storytelling, revealing some tremendous anecdotes from his record-breaking career in Formula One. Andrew Milicki got in touch via Twitter to say this. Loved the recent episode with Rubens. The inside stories and that bombshell offer from McLaren were amazing, with the cameo from Ross Brawn being the cherry on top. Thanks for getting me through my daily commute. Well, thanks, Andrew. And if you try and tell me that you weren't laughing out loud when Rubens recounted the story of having dinner with Ayrton Senna in Adelaide, I won't believe you. As ever, please keep your feedback coming because we love it and share it. Remember to use the hashtag F1BeyondTheGrid, and you can tweet me.
Here we go.
Hi, I am Daniel. Maybe not everyone knows this about me. Joseph Ricardo. And you are listening to myself and the lovely Tom Clarkson on Beyond the Grid.
This is going to be a cracker.
Hi everyone, Tom Clarkson here, welcoming you once more to Beyond the Grid, presented by the new Bose noise cancelling headphones 700. Now the 2019 season may be over, but we're still going strong. In fact, for the penultimate show of the year of your favourite podcast, we've got a guest that a lot of you have been asking for since day one. First and foremost, he's one of the fastest drivers in Formula One. He's won 7 races and taken 3 poles, and he's widely regarded as one of the best overtakers in the business. But he's also the guy with the big smile and the naughty sense of humour. I'm talking, of course, about Daniel Ricciardo. Always one of the most popular drivers on the grid, Daniel has become infamous for his quick one-liners. It's rare that a Grand Prix weekend passes by without a video of him saying something hilarious going viral on social media. But it's also very rare for him to sit down for more than an hour to talk about everything from the here and now with Renault, to his reasons for leaving Red Bull last year and his relationship with Max Verstappen, to what makes him tick away from the track. Well, that's exactly what he did over the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix weekend. While he ate room service in his hotel, I sat on the other side of the table and nicked some of his chips. But we also chatted at length, although it never feels like a long time with Dan. As ever, he was in good form, and I hope you enjoy our conversation. There's some absolute gold in here, I promise. Daniel, welcome to the show. It's lovely to have you on. Now, it's exactly 10 years since you first tested a Formula One car. Can you remember that test at Jerez?
Yeah, you're right. It is 10 years. Gee, yeah, I do remember. I remember driving out of the garage the very first time, and I remember Dad being there, and I think he was probably more stoked and excited than I was. I remember it was there was a beautiful day. It was winter, but it was beautiful. The sun was up, and I remember driving out of the garage and under like the gantry or whatever, as you pull out of the pit lane, and I was like, wow, I'm really doing it. This is it.
What is the overriding emotion when you're a young guy? It's your first chance. I mean, are you a little bit frightened, or are you just excited?
Both, definitely both. I think excited more than anything, but yeah, slightly frightened too, because you're like, oh, well, I'm in the spotlight now. The whole team is here for me today. So part of you is like, I want to go fast, but part of you is like, don't mess up.
Well, you nailed it.
Eventually, yeah. I had a little spin, I think, on my first or second lap, but then, yeah, eventually got some good times out of it.
Do you still get that same excitement when you get strapped in now? How does it change?
So I guess the short answer is yes. But more so for the competition. Like if I was getting strapped up to do a end of season test in Jerez now, 10 years later, to pound around doing 100 laps by myself, it would feel like work. It wouldn't feel like excitement, so to speak. So I think, driving around in circles alone without really a target is less exciting now, because you just become a little bit more immune to it, I guess, and a bit more numb. But strapping in the car, for qualifying and for race day Sunday, yeah, that's still more than anything.
Now, it's interesting that you say your dad, Joe, was excited for you that day 10 years ago, because I don't know how many people know this, but he came to England in 1978 to try and be a racing driver, didn't he? Yeah. I think was it Jim Russell and stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, and it never quite happened for him. Do you ever talk about those times and his sort of? Did he learn from his failings and help point you in the right direction?
We talk. I mean, he's told me a bit about it for sure, and I don't know if he necessarily did anything wrong, but I think he kind of just came or went to England on a bit of a hope and a dream, and I think he was just excited to be part of racing, and obviously he was trying to be a driver, but he was just happy to be around race cars and work on a race team and all that.
Was he good? Was he any good?
I would say yes. How good I'll probably never know, but I know, like, growing up watching him in a car, like, manual gearbox, doing heel and toe and all that. He had that touch, so he was definitely very capable. of driving a race car, but was he good enough if he had, you know, the financial backing or whatever to make it? I guess I'll never know. But yeah, I haven't really asked him really what his real, I guess, intention was going to England. You know, was it just to learn and be surrounded by kind of a motorsport community, or was it actually with the intention of, did he really believe he could make F1 or something? I guess I haven't really put it to him like that.
And it's him that set you on your journey, I suppose, was it?
Yeah. I mean, like, indirectly, I guess. You know, he never bought me a go-kart and said, I want you to drive this, or he never forced me to go to the racetrack. But I think, yeah, me being surrounded by him and his love for the sport, that then got passed down to me, and I was in love with it from a young age. And then, yeah, funnily enough, he if anything, he turned me away from it. He tried to not let me pursue it, because I think he also knew there's a few reasons. It's dangerous, and it's a bit unnerving, is that the word, for mum? Yeah. Nerve-wracking.
I've seen your mum watch a race, actually. It's a lot of nervous energy there.
Yeah, I feel. Yeah. I'll pay her back one day somehow. Just buy her like a 3-month holiday in the Maldives or something, so she can relax. But yeah, and the other reason as well why he turned me away a bit was he knew no one had ever done it from Perth, you know, and let alone there was only X amount of Australian drivers that had made it. So I think he just knew the likelihood, you know, the strike rate was very, very low, and the likelihood of him investing his time and his money into me and kind of leaving me with a broken heart was, I think he had a fear of that.
So for people listening who have never been to Perth, how much of a, I don't know what the right word is to describe, how would you?
I can assure you from experience, it's fucking hot. Oh, I see why. You'll have to merge. Don't you come across me, car. Don't you come across to me. Oh, someone's dropped a fighter. Oh boy, ignore this contract. Someone's going to be losing their license today. Someone's going to get fired. I can just see it now happening.
Describe Perth. How is it different to Sydney and Melbourne and the big Aussie cities?
I don't know.
Why is it so?
Darth Vader's not impressed.
Sure, for a guy from Perth.
Well, we're very isolated. I think we're one of the most isolated cities in the world. We're all the way other side of Australia, and then there's a lot of water, you know, to the other side of us. You know, that there's not much around. You know, so yeah, we've got over 1 million people, and you know there is stuff happening in the city, but I think the isolation probably says a lot, and we're quite a slow-paced city, I guess, and you know we always would as kids would joke, you know, we're 5 years behind Melbourne or Sydney, and then Melbourne or Sydney's 5 years behind LA or New York, you know. So we were really, I guess we were just whatever, not much really. Nothing was really on the front foot in Perth, I guess, or that was the perception. And then so why should I be special in a small town, and why should I be able to go to Europe and be better than these other guys that are surrounded by it? And motorsport wasn't big, you know.
Well, you had, what is it, Barbagallo? Is that the
Barbagallo Raceway? Yep.
Yeah, how close is that to home?
It's pretty close. Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah.
So lots of time pounding around Barbagallo when you were younger, or is that where you first drove a racing car?
So a racing car, yes, and a go-kart was just down the road. So it's it's not part of the same complex, but it's on the same road. So it's in the same area. And Wanneroo go-kart track. And it was Tiger Kart Club. That was my kart club. That was the local. And that's where I drove a go-kart the first time, and then a Formula Ford was, Barbagallo Raceway.
So how did you convince Dad then that you wanted to do this? And I know the odds are 1,000,000 to 1, but we're going to have a crack.
I probably didn't overthink it either. You know, for me, all I needed to convince him was to buy me a go-kart, because I had a lot of fun driving the go-kart. And yes, I loved watching Formula One, and I had heroes and that, but I wasn't, you know, at 9 years old, I wasn't like, yeah, Dad, I'm gonna make it. Like, we're gonna do this. It was more just, can you please buy me a go-kart, because I like driving fast, and not really anyone else at school is doing it, and I want to kind of be a little bit unique and stand out as an individual. So, yeah.
And that's quite interesting in itself, though, that you wanted to stand out from your peers.
I guess, yeah.
What was everyone else doing?
I was a bit of an attention seeker.
What, school trips to the Wacker for the cricket? or what? I don't know, what did other people get up to when you were doing your driving?
They were, I mean, yeah, like, obviously Australia's a very big sporting nation, so, you know, a lot of kids were playing Aussie rules football, cricket, rugby, I mean, tennis. I played a bit of tennis as well, but soccer.
We are a big sporting nation.
Everything. Swimming was quite big as well, surfing. I was scared of sharks, though, so that didn't really work out for me.
How did that fear of sharks come about? I've heard you say that before. I mean,
I blame my parents for that one, because they're not like ocean people, you know, and so Dad is not a confident swimmer, and then Mum's not an animal person, so she's kind of scared of pretty much every animal that exists, so she wasn't really getting in the ocean for everything that's in the ocean. So I guess as kids, you know, we lived 5 minutes from the ocean, but we never really spent much time in the ocean, because I guess our parents weren't really swimming or surfing much, so we naturally just didn't
Go ahead, make it ease.
And I've heard a story, tell me if this is
true also,
that Dad used to shout at you on a go-kart about braking, and there was also an argument coming home from a race about overtaking and all sorts.
Yeah, so I mean, he was.
How would you describe your relationship with your dad?
It actually, no, it wasn't as bad as maybe that sounded. So he wasn't one of those dads that, you know, sorry to those dads out there, but he wasn't one of those ones that was like, do this, don't do that, get here, do, like, sure, you know, him taking me to the kart track, he was taking time off work, and it was costing obviously him money and time, so he did have an expectation of me to at least put some effort in.
Go straight on.
But yeah, he wasn't like, I wouldn't say he was strict in terms of, you must, you know, be on the podium this weekend or you're never racing again. Like, he wasn't a dick like that, I guess. But yeah, there was a certain level of expectation, because he was trying to build his business. He was going through a lot of stress, I guess, at his work. You know, some weeks he would be 7 days a week at work. So to take time out was tough. Anyway, so yeah, there was one moment. I was probably 13, and he took me to the track one day for I think it was just like an open day for practice. I was following two of my like rivals at the time. You know, they were like fighting through practice, like banging wheels and getting quite racy. And I was like quick enough to hang with them, but I wasn't putting myself in the fight. So I was just like sitting back very timid. And basically I was just pounding around and not making much effort. And I think at the time it was a little bit of a trend for me. I wasn't actually that aggressive on track. I wasn't really an overtaker at that age, believe it or not. And I think he just got frustrated that day, and basically we got back to the cart. He didn't talk to me, put it in the trailer, and we went home without saying a word. And I knew straight away, I was like, yeah, he's certainly mad. But I was also like, I know my dad, and I was like, it's very likely he'll never take me to a go-kart track again. Like, I've just wasted his time. And I'm not saying it was a one-off, like it probably was a build-up, and this was maybe over the course of some time, but that moment then I was like, and I called one of my best friends at the time, and I said, I don't know if I'll ever like race again. Like, that was it. So yeah, it was a little bit scary.
Who cracked first?
So I think Mum actually came up and like consulted me first, and I want to say Mum was like the peacemaker in it all. But it was more just Dad wanted to know if I really wanted to do this, because it was getting to an age now where kind of had to make a decision. So I don't know if I was 13 or 15 or what, but had to make a decision because it was starting to get more expensive and more time consuming. So I think he just wanted to know like if I was really in it or not, because it could no longer be just a hobby, you know, at you know, let's say the price it was costing. So I had a bit of a hard look at myself, but even then, like, honestly, I didn't think I still knew what I wanted. So even when I eventually said I want to do this, I still didn't know if that was really what I was good enough to do. Or
what was the watershed moment when it became apparent that you were good enough to do this and you were prepared to go to the other side of the world to do it?
I think the big one was Formula BMW World Final. So it was 2006. I think it was like November 2006. So I'd previously done one race in Europe in the middle of that year. Just did like a one-off race in England, in Snetterton, just to kind of dip my toe in the water and see if I could somehow run with these European gods.
Was that the perception?
Yeah. And every article you read, everything, it's like it's Europe, you know, and these are the kids that have grown up with it. They started racing 4 years old and they're this and that, and they're like the big dogs of the sport. So yeah, that was the perception at least.
Did you win?
I didn't win. No. So it's not a superhero story.
I came in and I showed them how to do it.
But I think so. I did okay in Snetterton. It wasn't bad. But then the main thing I took from that little trip was I saw the other drivers I didn't see them as heroes or superheroes, let's call them. Like I no longer put them on a pedestal after that. I was like, okay, they're quick, but they're also normal kids. And yeah, I definitely convinced myself I should give it another go. And then that's when the world final came up. It was in Valencia, so end of 2000. No, I said 2000. Yeah, 2006. I think. Or was it 5? Jeepers. 6. Anyway. And I was like, okay, now this is with all the like Formula BMW championships around the world. They come to Valencia now to do this world final. So I was like, if I could even run in the top 10, you know, I think that's a good start. And I'll cut right through it. I think I finished 5th, and that was where I was like, okay, like I can actually do this.
That was the moment.
Yeah, that was the one.
And how difficult was it to come to the other side of the world? Because a lot of those European kids you were racing have only got to get on a plane for an hour and a half. Just how tough? I think it's still underestimated, and even through the year, you know, like what people don't understand is, yeah, after a race, most drivers go back to their families or their friends, and you know, they might, yeah, we still train and we're in the gym a lot, but after the gym, then they're spending time with their friends or they're having dinner with everyone, and that's what we don't really get ever. Yeah, you make new friends, but the day one homies, as I call them, you know, you see them 1 month out of 12. So there's nothing quite like old friends, is there?
Exactly.
The day one homies.
The day one. There you go. You learned something.
Yeah.
And it's true. And you know, as you get older, you get used to it, and you don't kind of cry yourself to sleep every night. But certainly the first few years, and even little things like missing 18th birthdays, 21st birthdays, and knowing that you're kind of alone in a small apartment somewhere, and they're out being social and living as a teenager, living life and having fun and experiencing partying and whatever else there is to come with
Hey,
it.
Chiefs.
Like that's
How are
something
you?
which is,
How you doing?
I guess, a little bit...
Yeah, well, things in life.
I got on with it, but it's like, yeah, that's a little sacrifice, I guess. But the funny thing was, more than anything, I loved Perth. Like, I loved being home. I didn't really like traveling, like being on planes and that. I didn't have the traveling bug in me at a young age. So knowing that I would leave home, move to Italy, like foreign country, didn't really speak Italian at the time. Not saying I speak it perfectly now, but I'm a bit better. And then, you know, being on planes as a lifestyle, I just never thought this would be me. It's weird.
It's a massive change, isn't it? I mean, do you ever stop? It's 13 years now, isn't it, that you since
I'm
that
a bit biased about Lucky
so
McCarty because he's Australian and I'm
the whole idea
Australian.
of being a racing driver is an old one for you now. Do you ever stop and ask yourself why you race?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, as soon as you said that, the first word that came to mind was competition, you know, and since I can remember, I have that competitive gene in me. You know, I hate losing. I love pushing myself against others, seeing if I'm better, and, you know, whether that's even video games as a kid or something, I just hated losing, but I also always believed I was better than someone else at something, so I just had that fire in me. And
But Dan, you don't have to race to get that competition. You can get it in any part of life. I mean, as a journalist, you want to get the story before anyone else. That's the competitive element, isn't it? As a deal maker, you want to do the deal. If you're Bernie Ecclestone, you don't have to race cars to do that.
Racing is like then the ultimate level of competition, at least for me, the way I see it, because you've got all that
game,
but you've got it at high speed, and you've got it with high risk and, you know, high reward, and it's that, I guess, that danger and adrenaline element of it, which
That's
I
delay
love
there.
as well, and that rush of going fast and going wheel to wheel with something, whatever speeds. I don't know. That certainly drives me, and it's like, I don't know. It's a bit mischievous in a way. Mischievous, yeah. And I was always quite, like at school, I was cheeky. Like I am a cheeky kid, and maybe that has something to do with it too.
Before we send you back into this episode, here's something worth thinking about. Has anybody ever sent you an inappropriate and unlawful photo or video? This sort of thing has happened to loads of people. You may not have up into any fair result.
In Abu Dhabi,
fair result. If you've got a question about a certain legal situation, head to their website. It has a massive
See, I think I
resource
must
centre
try
on
and
all
actually skip
topics of
this sort of
criminal
stuff.
law. Duke.com.au. You deserve the best defence.
now look, we're in Abu Dhabi. In your hotel, there is some salmon sat in front of you, and which isn't getting much attention at the minute. And I feel you need to.
That's all right.
But
looks healthy.
But it's interesting you say the risk reward, because how do the perennial dangers of motorsport affect your enjoyment of it?
That's a good word. What's perennial mean?
Just always
I'm gonna
there.
learn.
They're always there. They're always hanging over you, kind of thing.
I think you enjoy that aspect of it because it keeps. I think it keeps like the adrenaline store up high. You enjoy it until it becomes a reality, and that's probably the truth, and it's like, time heals everything, and you forget what things have happened in the past and whatever. But then when things happen again, you realize, like, it's like anything, you can kind of take it for granted, and you can just jump in a race car and be like, this is my job, I do it all the time, and you forget the reality of it as well sometimes. But I think you forget it to a point, but it's always there somewhere in the back of your mind, and that creates that extra level of excitement behind it all.
So when someone like Jules Bianchi, guy you knew very well, I think, did you train together?
Yeah, when I first moved to Italy that first year, so we were training out of the same centre clinic, and we spent some training camps together.
Why are we going so slow?
It was Formula Medicine. Yeah, so
80.
he was one of the first drivers I ever got to know and got to hang out with. So yeah, that was, I guess that was a reason as well why that one was hit so hard, because it was one of my first European friends, and someone who I first went out with and had had some experiences with. So yeah.
Do you ever feel guilty for enjoying the thrill of the risk when you know that a friend of yours like Jules or recently Antoine Hubert have paid the ultimate price?
Let's try and go the next time, because
there's a level of like anger and frustration and all that around it, like why and I don't know. I don't know if the words guilty. I think you do feel guilty if you take it for granted and stop appreciating it, and I've always tried to have like the perspective of, I've said it a few times, like a bad day on track for me, whatever, it's a 10th place, it's a 12th place, like in the scheme of things, like who cares? Like I'm doing what I love, and I'm still able to do what I love, and not everyone is able to.
Why are you going so slow, person?
I don't know, I always want to race with a level of appreciation, but also I think more, I remember after Jules' accident, the one thing I took from that actually was
300 k's of fuel left.
Strap myself into the car every weekend and race, then I'm not doing it justice if I'm not going all in. Like, what if I'm pounding around scared or half-heartedly and something happens? That's so much worse than kind of going for it. And I feel like, I think we all have the passion. All of us start racing for that passion, and we all know the risks. But yeah, I think it's silly to change the approach.
Clearly a Polish fan in the ProMod pack.
Go, leave it all out there and do it justice, and do people around you proud that you did it with the right intentions.
You mentioned then a bad day at the office. 2019 hasn't been one of your most successful seasons. I think we can say that, can't we? How frustrating has it been?
Definitely no more frustrating than last year. 2018 was frustrating. That was my most frustrating year, I'd say, because it started so promising, and then it just never really got going for the most part after that, and I felt like most of the time it was things out of my control, and that was the most frustrating.
Yeah.
You know, if it was me making
petrol here.
90% of the mistakes, then I could address that and look at myself in the mirror and figure out what to do better. But not saying I'm perfect, but I felt more times than not it was out of my control, and that was the frustration. And this year, yeah, like we haven't had great results all the time, and we've had a lot of ups and downs again, but I think it was just more of my probably expectation of this year was not as high as what it would have been last year with Red Bull. So I didn't really set any, okay, if we're not, you know, 5th by X race, then I'm going to be feeling like this. I just rolled with it, and I knew there was always going to be work to do, so I didn't let the result get the better of me.
Now, you strike me as someone who likes to see the positive in things. Is that fair? Is that correct?
Yes.
How much has this year tested your resolve mentally?
Not much.
So, quick
not
piece of
much at
info.
all, because I'll tell you why. Because let's say the bad days were my most encouraging days in terms of how I felt about the sport and how I felt about myself and what I want to get. So, true story, Austria was one of our worst weekends of the year, and this is towards the end of the race. I was out of the points. There wasn't, unless there were, even with a safety car, like our race wasn't changing much, so I had a bit of time to be inside the helmet, which you can do. And I was driving around, and I was actually saying, like, this isn't fun. Like, this race is not fun for me right now. But instead of being like,
3,000 Ks,
this
awesome.
isn't fun, I want to quit and walk away because this sucks. It was like, I don't belong here, and I don't want to be running around 14th, and I want to get back to the front, and I believe I can, and I believe we can be better. So it fueled my motivation, and like I was frustrated and angry, but it like fueled a lot of positivity from it, which I was like, it just made me want to get back to the front quicker. And it kind of, that hunger was apparent more than ever during that race. And I was just, I don't know. It was a good thing.
So whereas you see that you can grow organically with Renault, you felt at Red Bull last year, I have to get out. Two very distinct emotions, different places to be. Yeah,
it is. And I think, look, like touching on the Red Bull scenario, like I joined there after they'd won 4 world titles in a row. So like they were the team at the time to be with, and they were the team that was, if I was good enough, was going to give me my first world title, so to speak. So 5 years there, we got podiums, won races, but we never ever got close to fighting for a world title. That's the truth. You know, I never went to the last race, probably not even the last 3 races, with a mathematical chance of winning. So I felt like I gave it enough time. I think 5 years was enough time, and there wasn't enough progress in the 5 years to show that we'd get back to the front. I mean, when I say at the front, like winning, like Mercedes is doing. So I felt like the ability to become more frustrated was higher in an environment which I saw was a little bit of a stalemate, as opposed to Renault, which was on the up. It was a chance for me to just have something fresh, and even for just to clear my head in a way as well, work with new people and all the rest of it. So it was nothing like personal to Red Bull or even like the personnel. Like I built some amazing relationships in that team, but it was just as a whole, you know, the picture as a whole seemed less appealing for me then.
So how did Helmut Marko take it, for example? How did you break the news?
So it sucked, like, for sure. One thing about me is I don't like, because I think because I'm happy and positive, whatever, I don't like letting people down, you know, even if it's like, if I have to cancel a dinner, like if my mate's like, we're going to dinner, and if I end up cancelling, I feel bad. So I don't like being that person. But of course, at some point, you got to do what you got to do. So I called, because I wasn't in Europe, so I couldn't see them face to face to break the news. So I called both Helmut and Christian, and Helmut was, I want to say, less surprised. I feel that because we'd negotiated like back and forth a bit, and it had carried on quite long, I guess he probably knew or suspected that I was maybe looking for something else. So he was, surprised, but I think he even said it on the phone. He goes, I kind of knew this was coming.
Sort of one of the buttons is
where
actually just a little bit.
Christian, it was actually a bit more awkward because he thought I was joking. So I was like, oh no. I was like, no, I'm not. And he's like, no, come on, like, you're having a laugh. I was like, what do I say? Do I say I wish I was joking, but I'm not? Or so it was a bit more, I guess it was a bit more awkward, but actually once the realization hit, we actually had a good chat.
And when you see those guys now in the paddock?
Or when I see them? Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, I think, it's, in short, it's like business. Business is business, and I'm not the first driver to ever leave and move somewhere, and yeah, it is what it is, but I still have, Helmet likes to have a few bets here and there, so we still like, I'm not really a gambler, but we still interact through a little bit of betting on the side. Yeah.
On what?
Or just like little gimmicky things, but look, that's our way of let's say continuing some interaction. But he's fun, and Christian's cool. He was pretty good through the whole process last year, and yeah, you kind of, because I did most of the negotiating, I guess, with Helmet, and Christian was more the guy to talk to or lean on, I guess.
What's interesting is that because you even were bothering to negotiate, it wasn't a clear-cut thing initially then that you wanted to get out.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, so there was, I think one thing as a, I don't even want to say as a driver, just as a person with anything you do. Obviously, if you have a belief in yourself, you do hold a certain value on what you, I don't even want to say necessarily in monetary terms, but you value yourself as an individual, and you want to be, and you want to feel like that's being seen.
Sorry to 3 cars behind.
In a team, obviously you compare yourself to your teammate, and okay, then this, that, it just, working things out. It's just, I wasn't always convinced that I was being valued as much as I guess I valued myself, so that was part of it. I was going to say something else there. I think I had a good one.
But and then Danny,
someone said to build the truck.
You and Max, Baku.
Well done, Baku. Well done. Well done, Baku.
For those people listening, who don't remember,
I was hoping we'll talk about like music and stuff.
Oh no, we'll get there. We're going to get onto music. We're going to get onto music, big man. But
it is an F1 podcast, I guess.
But I think I remember trying to engage you in conversation after that, and there wasn't much coming out. You were as angry as I've ever seen you after that.
Yeah, and probably more so the days after.
Okay, I see
I
you
guess a
sneaking up
few
there.
things like came up to the surface a little bit after, and
because there'd been a bit going on the laps leading up to the content, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was, and I guess, look, I was in the moment as well, and you're battling, and yes, it's a teammate, but I also see everyone as a competitor, so it's teammate or not, we're going to race hard, and it is what it is, and we'd touched wheels, and a few times where it was always, Max coming into me as opposed to me coming into him, and I was, part of me was like, I'm waiting for the team to say, boys, cut the shit, but
seriously,
never really got that. So, and I don't really, I hate when I hear, guys on the radio, tell him to do this, he's blocking me, he's like, I'd never want to kind of come across as a whinger.
You really speeding?
Did you say anything? I can't remember.
I don't think I did at the time. No, I was like, all right. Because I was like, A, I don't want to be a whinger. B, if I'm good enough, I'll find a way to pass him. And C, I was also waiting for the team to address it. And I was like, all right, they're going to tell us to swap. I'm faster. They'll just say, all right, boys, you've tried, it's not working. Swap positions or whatever before you do crash. So then anyway, we pitted. So I eventually passed Max. And then the undercut wasn't powerful. I think the overcut was more powerful because tyre warm-up was what. So then I pit first. I think they pit me first. And then eventually Max had come back out in front of me. So then I was furious as well because I'm like, guys, I put all the hard work in, I passed him, and now he's back in front of me. So it's like, surely you're gonna let me go this time because we're not gonna have the same result. So I come on the radio and I did then say something. I was like, boys, it didn't work. Like, he's going to let me pass. And I think my engineer just said, no, you're racing Max, which means, like, no team orders. Like, you've got to do it again. And he's like, get your head down and let's go. And I still believe I've let it go. But I sold him the dummy. So there was enough room originally on the inside.
Oh,
then
boy.
you know, he closed it, and then we crashed. And I'll be honest, at the time of impact, I was like, who cares? Like, they deserve this. So that was my honest feeling. I wasn't sad or I just lost points. It was more just anger and like, yeah, I'll say it now, but I was like, fuck you guys, because I think everyone saw it coming, you know. Then yeah, I felt like then it was also very like 50-50, where I didn't believe it was a 50-50. So it was kind of then the days after, I guess I was still quite bitter about,
because you didn't get the support that you expected from the team.
yeah.
And if we can trace a moment, one moment where you thought,
I'm gonna cry.
is that the moment? Is that the moment where you actually decided I've got to go and do something?
Certainly the week after that, yeah. Like I decided in my mind that I need to move on. Then you know, then you go like Monaco. Like what was Monaco? A month later, and I have like, you know, the highest of highs, and I'm like, I was just emotional in Baku. Like we'll figure it out. But for sure, Baku was like, yeah, it was a tough one for me to move on from.
And so when you look at the Ferrari guys now having their moment in Brazil, do you think that's nothing? That is chicken's feed compared to what I've been going through.
I mean, I don't know the aftermath of that and what happened, you know, but I actually, you know what, on that incident, I kind of feel sorry for them, because it was...
For both of them?
Well, yeah, like, or just the whole... the impact it had, because I don't want to say I feel sorry for them, but it was very minor. Like, obviously, you look at me and Max, you know, I've come up from behind this,
That's right,
you know, it's a big crash, it's high speed, where this was like I just felt like at times a little touch, like, you know, what Seb and Leclerc had, it could have just been a touch and that was it, you know, but both of them got damage and punches and there were sparks, and I feel it was a big, what's the word?
Catastrophe.
A big, yeah, like it was...
Casino or whatever, you know, it was...
The outcome was very big,
yeah,
but it could have been nothing.
Small,
yeah, it was a very small movement, but yeah, so... And obviously the media and everyone will play up on it, and I'm sure probably back at the factory it wasn't that pleasant afterwards this week, or last week, whenever it was. But yeah, I feel like mine and Max's was a bit more intense.
It was
a bit more intense.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, in Germany now, in Deutschland.
Something you mentioned in that little chat was your worth and things like that, and I did just want to ask you about fame and fortune, and how that has changed you as a person, or has it not? And you know, what is it like to be able? You can basically buy anything you want. What is it like to have that pink ticket, if you like?
Well, I'll be honest. Like, I normally don't like talking about money.
Yep,
I guess,
or
in general, and I feel like with sports, unfortunately, like a lot of athletes, you know, revolves around money and how much does he earn, and yet there's so many other professions in the world that actually would earn more money, but no one knows. And so I feel it's a way that people can quickly judge someone or bring them down. So I don't like that aspect of that. But anyway, I mean, I'm sure part of it's changed me a bit, but no more than growing old.
That was a weird Adidas,
like,
just
being 30, and you know, people will say, "Oh, you know, you've changed." Yeah, but I was 21 when you last saw me. That's 9 years. Like, have you not changed in 9 years or something? So I think people also forget that life happens. But yeah, I mean, I would say what's changed me more than anything is through the job. You travel so much, as you know, and you fortunately meet a lot of people in different walks of life, and I think living through those experiences changes you the most. But yeah, I mean, getting paid well to do what I love, that's amazing, and I'm not going to say it's not. Of course it is, and it is nice to be able to, you know, treat friends to nice dinners and do things like that. It's cool. But I think also having a close family and close friends, still some day one homies, I think they're the ones that keep me from changing in a negative way. And you know, with celebrities and that, the ones that maybe do not change for the better, if you want to call it that, I think they're the ones that don't have, you know, a good support network around them. And that's a bit unfortunate, because I can see it. Like, imagine someone who, you know, was earning $5 an hour until they were, whatever, 25 years old, and then their hit single came out and all of a sudden they're earning, $20 million a year. If no one tells them what to do with that, then yeah, it's gonna be hard. So I can sympathise with the ones that don't, let's say, good people around them.
And is that one of the reasons why? I mean, Michael, your trainer, you've known all your life. Is that right? He's a Perth boy, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I've known Michael since we were about 10, 11 years old. So
you're going to tell me he's the one who's changed, right?
yeah, he's changed. Jeez, nice hotels, all this. I gotta pull him in. But no, it's like and again, you go through it and you realise, and at different times of your life and your career, you'll know what works best. And I'm at a point now where I feel, because we spend so much time together, with people around you, you need to have mates. As much as professional people, helping you out, you need to have mates as well. And Michael's both. He's a mate, but he's also very professional in what he does with his, the physical aspect of it. But yeah, even me bringing friends to races, like maybe 10 years ago, that was a distraction for me. But now it's the best thing for me. It takes me away from the intensity of it, and I get to kind of celebrate and enjoy moments with friends. And yeah, I don't know, it's cool. And I love when mum and dad come as well. That's nice.
And you got a sister?
Yeah.
Who's got 2 kids?
2 kids, yeah.
You a good uncle?
I'm an uncle. Yeah, I'm a good uncle for sure. I'm a very affectionate person.
So she lives in Perth, right? How do you stay in contact with her and her kids?
So I'm not a massive technology nerd or whatever, but FaceTime is a beautiful thing. So yeah, I'll FaceTime. I mean, I'll FaceTime her, but it's really to speak to the kids. Well, I guess every probably second day.
Oh, really? As much as that?
Yeah, and they're young. They're 3 and 1, but they're cute, and I love them. And
what have you taught? You've taught the 3-year-old to say something, haven't you?
I've taught him some bad words, but I'm saying a year ago, and he still says it. And every time he sees me, because he knows it's bad now, he won't even say hey Uncle Daniel. He'll say what he says, and it's bad. I hope he stops. But it's funny. I can't help but laugh, so he keeps doing it.
Are you going to share with the listeners what you've taught your 3-year-old niece or nephew?
The nephew is the older one, Isaac. So I don't even know how it started. So I think I was home last year for Christmas, and look, I might have had $20 on the table or something. There was some cash around, and he picked it up and he's like, "Oh, my cash." I was like, "No, it's mine." He goes, "My cash." And I was like, "Do you know what that's called? That's called cash money." And I was just trying to teach him, just being an idiot, cash money. And he's like, "Cash money." And then I was like, "Say cash money, bitches." So he said, "Cash money, bitches." And now all he says is cash money, bitches. I'm like, oh no. But because you can't not laugh. So he sees you laugh, he gets a reaction, and he says it more. So.
And what does Sister Michelle make of all this?
I mean, at first, yeah, it was fun and games, but now it's he's going to go to school soon. We're going to stop him saying this. So
good luck.
It's funny. It's funny, but he's me. So many things I see already, and he's cheeky, but he loves cars, loves bikes. Yeah, he's going to be trouble. He's legit going to be trouble.
Now, look, where can't you go in terms of where are you most noticed, recognised? Where is your life hardest and where is your life easiest?
Seems the title of the actual
hardest,
podcast.
I would say, is Perth. Again, it's a small town. Well, it's a pretty big city now, but still small town mentality. And I guess the reality is not many famous people, so to speak, have come from Perth. So
Gilly?
Gilly? Gilly, yeah, Gilly.
Adam Gilchrist, by the way, Australian cricketer.
Mate, there's been, cricketer, legend. No, obviously there has, but I guess on an international scale, not much. So I guess you're a bit of a big fish in a small pond, and naturally, you're going to get recognised when you go out. And it's I love Perth and I love being home, but it is hard to go out, with friends, and especially now with camera phones and that, and not be it's hard to completely feel, I guess, you've got your freedom. And I get that, and it's cool. And look, most times, and I want to say most times, 99% of the times people, if they do come up, it's friendly and it's fun and they're fans or whatever. So it's not negative at all. So I think that's something I've got to appreciate and understand.
Before we send you back into this episode, here's something worth thinking about.
I think that the perennial
Got a question about a certain legal situation, head to their website. It has a massive resource centre on all topics of criminal law. Duke.com.au. You deserve the best defence.
Now look, we're in Abu Dhabi, in your hotel. There is some salmon sat in front of you, which isn't getting much attention at the minute, and I feel you need to.
That's all right.
But
looks healthy.
But it's interesting you say the risk reward, because how do the perennial dangers of motorsport affect your enjoyment of it?
That's a good word. What's perennial mean?
It's always
I'm going to learn.
They're always there, always hanging over you.
I think you enjoy that aspect of it because it keeps. I think it keeps like the adrenaline
advertisement for
store
road safety
up high. You enjoy it until it becomes a reality, you know, and that's probably the truth, you know. And it's like, yeah, time heals everything, and you forget what things have happened in the past and whatever. But then when things happen again, you realize, like, it's like anything, you can kind of take it for granted, and you can just jump in a race car and be like, hey, it's just, this is my job, you know, I do it all the time, and you forget the reality of it as well sometimes. But I think you forget it to a point, but it's always there somewhere in the back of your mind, and that creates that extra level of excitement behind it all.
And so when someone like Jules Bianchi, guy you knew very well, I think, did you train together?
Yeah, when I first moved to Italy that first year, so we were training out of the same centre clinic, and we spent some training camps together. In it was Formula Medicine.
Oh,
so
Via Reggio.
Via Reggio, yeah. So he was one of the first drivers I ever got to know and got to hang out with. So yeah, that was, I guess that was a reason as well why that one was, you know, hit so hard, because it was, yeah, one of my first European friends, you know, and someone who I first went out with and had, you know, had some experiences with. So yeah.
Do you ever feel guilty for enjoying the thrill of the risk when you know that a friend of yours like Jules, or more recently Antoine Hubert, paid the ultimate price? There's a level of like anger and frustration and all that around it, like, you know, why and I don't know. I don't know if the word's guilty. I think you do feel guilty if you take it for granted and stop appreciating it, and I've always tried to have like the perspective of, you know, I've said it a few times, like a bad day on track for me, whatever, it's a 10th place, it's a 12th place, like in the scheme of things, like who cares? Like I'm doing what I love, and I'm still able to do what I love, and not everyone is able to. And I don't know, I always want to race with a level of appreciation, but also I think more, I mean, I remember after Jules' accident, the one thing I took from that actually was, well, if I am going to strap myself into the car every weekend and race, then I'm not doing it justice if I'm not going all in. You know, like, what if I'm pounding around scared or half-heartedly and something happens? You know, that's so much worse than, you know, kind of going for it. And I feel like, I think we all have the passion. You know, all of us start racing for that passion, and we all know the risks. But yeah, I think it's silly to change the approach. If anything, leave it all out there and do it justice, and do people around you proud that you did it with the right intentions. You mentioned then a bad day at the office. 2019 hasn't been one of your most successful seasons. I think we can say that, can't we? How frustrating has it been?
Definitely no more frustrating than last year. You know, 2018 was frustrating. That was my most frustrating year, I'd say, because it started so promising, and then it just never really got going for the most part after that. And I felt like most of the time it was things out of my control, and that was the most frustrating. You know, if it was me making 90% of the mistakes, then I could address that and look at myself in the mirror and figure out what to do better. But I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I felt more times than not it was out of my control, and that was the frustration. And this year, yeah, like we haven't had great results all the time, and we've had a lot of ups and downs again. But I think it was just more of my probably expectation of this year was not as high as what it would have been last year with Red Bull. So I didn't really set any, okay, if we're not, you know, 5th by X race, then I'm going to be feeling like this. So just
look.
I knew there was always going to be work to do, so I didn't let the result get the better of me.
Now, you strike me as someone who likes to see the positive in things. Is that fair? Is that correct?
Yes.
How much has this year tested your resolve mentally then?
Not much. Not much at all, because I'll tell you why. Because let's say the bad days were my most encouraging days in terms of how I felt about the sport and how I felt about myself and what I want to get. So, true story, Austria was one of our worst weekends of the year. And this is towards the end of the race. I was out of the points. There wasn't, unless there were, even with a safety car, like our race wasn't changing much. So I had a bit of time to think inside the helmet, which you can do. And I was driving around and I was actually saying like, this isn't fun. Like this race is not fun for me right now. But instead of being like, this isn't fun, I want to quit and walk away because this sucks, it was like, I don't belong here and I don't want to be running around 14th, and I want to get back to the front, and I believe I can, and I believe we can be better. So it fueled my motivation. Lovely. And like I was frustrated and angry, but it like fueled a lot of positivity from it, which I was like, it just made me want to get back to the front quicker. And it kind of, that hunger was apparent more than ever during that race. And I was just, I don't know. It was a good thing.
So whereas you see that you can grow organically with Renault, you felt at Red Bull last year, I have to get out. Two very distinct emotions, different places to be. Yeah,
it is. And I think, look, like touching on the Red Bull scenario, like I joined there after they'd won 4 world titles in a row. So like they were the team at the time to be with, and they were the team that was, if I was good enough, was going to give me my first world title, so to speak. And so 5 years there, we got podiums, won races, but we never ever got close to fighting for a world title. That's the truth. I never went to the last race, probably not even the last 3 races, with a mathematical chance of winning. So I felt like I gave it enough time. I think 5 years was enough time, and there wasn't enough progress in the 5 years to show that we'd get back to the front. I mean, when I say back to the front, like winning, like Mercedes is doing. So I felt like the ability to become more frustrated was higher in an environment which I saw was a little bit of a stalemate, as opposed to Renault, which was on the up. It was a chance for me to just have something fresh, and even for just to clear my head in a way as well, work with new people and all the rest of it. So it was nothing like personal to Red Bull or even like the personnel. Like I built some amazing relationships in that team, but it was just as a whole, the picture as a whole seemed less appealing for me then.
So how did Helmut Marko take it, for example? How did you break the news to Helmut?
So it sucked, like, for sure. Look, one thing about me is I don't like, because I think because I'm happy and positive and whatever, I don't like letting people down, even if it's like, if I have to cancel a dinner, like if my mate's like, we're going to dinner, and if I end up cancelling, I feel bad. So I don't like being that person.
Wait.
But of course, at some point, you got to...
That just skipped backwards randomly, the podcast. What's he up to?
I was 21 when you like
kids, and
so I'm not a massive like technology.
Does Sister Michelle make it all?
9% of the times, people, if they do come
Duke.com.au.
because a low, sometimes you just need some space and privacy, and they don't always get that. And I feel bad because I'm saying they. It's not all of them, and it's not only in Australia. You get it in other places around the world, but it's just. At some point, you've got to be selfish, and this is the way I said it. It's like, okay, do you guys want me to do 1,000 interviews and keep all the?
He had a
massive resource centre on
media. think I can say that. I think that's fair. I think he.
Okay.
How do you feel? Do you reckon you get a good run from the guys back home?
For the most part, yes. But I mean, I was very, I guess, frustrated. Appreciate and understand.
Before we send you back,
Trouble. Like, he's legit going to be trouble.
Now look, where can't you go in terms of where are you most noticed, recognised? Where is your life hardest and where is your life easiest?
Hardest, I would say, yeah, is Perth. Again, it's a small town. Well, it's a pretty big city now, but still small town like mentality. And I guess the reality is not many famous people, so to speak, have come from Perth. So
Gilly?
Gilly? Gilly, yeah, Gilly.
Adam Gilchrist, by the way, Australian cricketer.
Mate, there's been, cricketer, legend. No, obviously there has, but I guess on an international scale, like, not much. So I guess you're a bit of a big fish in a small pond, and naturally, yeah, you're going to get recognised when you go out. And yeah, it's like, I love Perth and I love being home, but it is hard to like go out, with friends, and especially now with camera phones and that, and not be like it's hard to like completely feel, I guess, like you've got your freedom. And I get that, and it's cool. And look, most times, and I want to say most times, 99% of the times, people, if they do come up, it's friendly and it's fun, and they're fans or whatever. So it's not negative at all. So I think that's something I've got to appreciate and understand.
before we send you back into this episode, here's something worth thinking about. It's a massive resource
Completely easy ride for the Aussie media. I think I can say.
of criminal law. Duke.com.au. You deserve the best defence.
Just while we're talking of Australia, does Mark Webber wouldn't say he had a completely easy ride from the Aussie media. I think I can say that. I think that's fair. I think he. How do you feel? Do you reckon you get a good run from the guys back home?
For the most part, yes. But I mean, I was very, I guess, frustrated and I guess angry and a bit bitter after like Melbourne this year, the race in Melbourne, because I'd felt like I'd been worked to the ground all week, and I accepted every request and tried to like please everyone. Is really what it was. Yet the race was shit. My first race with Renault, and it didn't work out. And I did the media afterwards, and then I'd kind of done everything that week, and yet there was still people like, oh, why you didn't speak to us, or why won't he speak to us? And yeah, but we have to speak to him, and we want to know. And like, there's a level where it's like they don't understand what I've done and what I'm going through, and just as a sportsman, anyways, like having a low. Sometimes you just need some space and privacy, and they don't always get that. And I feel bad because I'm saying they. It's not all of them, and it's not only in Australia. You get it in other places around the world. But yeah, it's just at some point you've got to be selfish, and this is the way I said it. It's like, okay, do you guys want me to do 1,000 interviews and keep all the newspapers happy this week and have a shit race, or would you rather I said no to a few things but had a great race, and then they can all still write something good about me or whatever? So it's like, at some point the racing has to be more important than keeping people happy.
Will you approach Melbourne 2020 differently?
Yes, 100%. Because the truth is, I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy Melbourne, and I want to. And I'm not saying I can never enjoy it, but the objective is to start enjoying Melbourne, and the last few years I haven't, because there's so much. There's just too much on that weekend, and again, I try to please everyone and don't please myself. So I'm getting takeaway every night, and I'm sitting in a room, and I'm not getting out. And Melbourne is one of the greatest cities in the world. Like, it really is. I love it, and I want to be able to enjoy it. And unfortunately, I haven't been. So I want to change it so that I don't. Your home Grand Prix should be your favourite one of the year. So that's what I want it to be.
What can you do differently? I mean, like, have one press conference on the Wednesday before and leave it at that.
Yeah.
Come here, you got me for an hour, ask me whatever you want, and then I'm out.
Exactly.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before it's always been lots of little requests everywhere.
Yeah, and it's good. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of attention, which is positive and it's nice, but again, I'm there to race. I'm not there to, be on the front page or the back page of the newspaper. I think that will happen if I have a good result. So let's take it for that.
So if Perth is where you're most recognised, where can you go in the world where you're least recognised and can just be Danny Rick?
I mean, I'm sure there's many places, but I mean, even places we race like Austin. Austin's a place where you can just. I've been to that many little bars and music venues and that, and no one has said anything.
Do you go to bars during the weekend?
Yeah.
That's quite rock and roll.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, when I say it doesn't mean I'm drinking alcohol, but yeah, I'm in a bar.
But you're out having...
and normally because there's music there, you know, that's the main purpose of those is the music is like, I love music, but it's an escape as well. So it's a way to get out, you know, of kind of the racetrack mentality and all that, and just go and see someone perform and see someone else be in their element. That's really cool.
De-stress.
De-stress, exactly.
So look, talk to me about this love of, is it love of live music in particular, or can you play an instrument?
Unfortunately not. So I was not born with a musical gift. I feel I was born with musical ears though. I feel I have an ear for good music. But yeah, I love music, like for so many reasons, but you know, what it does, like I'll hear, I mean, I could have listened to a song 100 times before, but I'll play it now and it'll give me goosebumps, you know, and it has that effect, which is something in itself. It's like a photo album, you know, you hear a song and it takes you back to a certain moment in time, and I think everyone can relate to that.
I actually agree with
that. That song, yeah, that was that time, you know, my school ball, or, you know, my, whatever it was, my school dinner dance, or...
I still remember, like, if I listened to Linkin Park's Mina Voya album, I remember, like, when I was doing TAFE after high school, I listened to Hybrid Theory. Reminds me of having done my year 12 exams and listened to it. So I definitely agree with him in, like, the fact that you listen to certain music and stuff, and you get memories of certain moments because you attach those moments to those songs. And you sort of get that same feeling with it.
You know, the very first day I landed in Italy, that was the song that was playing or something. So yeah, I love that of it. It's a memory, and I think seeing live music, it's one of the only things I do in my life which I'm completely in the moment. You know, like I don't have any outside thoughts when I'm seeing someone perform, and it's, yeah, I guess it's powerful, it's beautiful, it's a lot of things, and I guess, yeah, seeing someone, as I said before, like in their element, yeah, you have to appreciate that. It's awesome.
Irrespective of the type of music, just to see any live music.
Yeah.
If that person is in the moment, you can appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for sure I have my preferences of genre and that, but really anything live is pretty much gonna...
All good, Max. Have a very good nap. Have good slips, as we say. Take care of yourself, hopefully you get better and stuff. I'll see you around at some point.
Hit it for me, for the most part. And I'm a bit of a sucker for like the smaller, intimate venues and the less known artists.
Dan, what's the furthest you've travelled to see live music?
Actually, so I went to Colorado last year to Red Rocks Amphitheater. It's an iconic venue, and so where were we at the time? We were in, I guess it wasn't that far. We were in Montreal, so what's that, 4-hour flight or something? It's far enough.
I think
so,
that's
and
far.
I specifically went there for this event, so it was far enough. But yeah, that was, you know, one of the greatest nights of my life. Like it was awesome, and I think as well, music brings people together. You know, like I vividly remember looking around that night at this amazing like natural amphitheater, and everyone, you can see everyone's teeth. Everyone is smiling, and there's like just a happiness that comes with music, and I guess a form of like unity, and it's awesome.
And in Colorado, you're not being recognised and selfies
Exactly.
and all that kind of stuff as well, right? So
yeah,
that almost
it's nice.
helps.
I can enjoy the moment. But yeah, I mean, there's honestly many places.
Jeez, gotta go across 2 lanes to avoid cars hitting
F1's
me.
not on the map everywhere, but yeah, there are some. Yeah.
Tell me about
cool.
this love of America, not just American music, because you've got the place in LA. How long have you had that place? And
So yeah, I think
why?
I think so. America, as a bit we just touched on, or two things we just touched on. Yeah, it's a place I don't really get recognised much. So it is a place I can feel like I got some, I guess, freedom and let my hair down. And there's so much music that happens in America, music and sports. I mean, there's stuff happening all the time, you know. So I guess a few things I love. They're so accessible in America, and then it's very much, a lot of it's like Australia, you know. So for me, it's like a bigger, undiscovered version of Australia. So it's got all the things I love about home, just with a bit more, you know, and a bit more as well, because I still haven't seen much of America. So it's still very new for me. And so LA. So I first went. It's not like I've been going to LA my whole life. I first went there in 2014. I think it was before Austin, maybe. And it all started then. I loved it, and I felt like it was actually very similar to even Perth. You know, the coastline, and it's very spread out, and the weather, of course. And then, I kept going back every year, and with friends and that in the summer, and you know, renting Airbnbs or whatever like that. And got to a point I was like, maybe I should actually just look for a place. And I'd been there long enough and many times enough. I was like, I like it. You know, it's not a phase. I'm not gonna buy a place and in 6 months
Lane
get sick of it.
Highway.
And it's a good escape, and there's a lot happening. It's, you know, entertainment and all that. It's there. My cousin lives there. So when I can, I'll go out there and get a bit of time off.
Describe a day in LA. Where are you? Are you on the coast? Are you in the hills?
Hills.
Right.
Hills. So I love the coast as well, like through Santa Monica, all that, even down Malibu is beautiful. I spent time like more down closer to San Diego as well, a whale's vagina, which is awesome. I knew you were going to look at me. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Anchorman?
No.
Oh, all right. I hope there's at least 10 people listening to this laugh. Anyway, it's off a movie. It's very, very famous with. Anyway, I'm going to shut up. It's Will Escape, and there's a lot happening. It's, you know, entertainment and all that. It's there. My cousin lives there. So when I can, I'll go out there and get a bit of time off.
Describe a day in LA. Where are you? Are you on the coast? Are you in the hills?
Hills.
Right.
Hills. So I love the coast as well, like through Santa Monica, all that, even down Malibu is beautiful. I spent time like more down closer to San Diego as well, a whale's vagina, which is awesome. I knew you were going to look at me. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Anchorman?
No.
Oh, all right. I hope there's at least 10 people listening to this laugh. Anyway, it's off a movie. It's very, very famous with. Anyway, I'm going to shut up. It's Will Ferrell.
Most people probably. Okay. He's funny.
Yes. So no, and I don't know. There's look. What's great is you can do as a big city as it is, you can get out. You know, like you can be hiking. You know, you drive 20 minutes and you're hiking. You know, in some canyons, and you're by yourself. You're mountain biking, or you're surfing, or you're seeing a Lakers game, or you're seeing someone perform in concert. There's just a lot going on, and it's there if you want it, but it's not. You can also just chill out and just live normally.
So quiet.
It's become a bit of a destination city for Formula One, isn't it? In terms of Lewis spends a lot of time out there, Jensen as well. Do you have a bump?
Yeah, he's moved there. I think he's full time.
Do you
there.
ever bump into Jensen or?
Yeah,
Jensen. You do, really?
Jensen, and actually, funnily enough, I literally bumped into, two, Max in the August break. So Max was there for a few days, and I literally drove past. He was walking. I don't know where it was in Hollywood somewhere. He was walking on the street, and he didn't know what car I was driving, anything, but I looked, and it's just like he was looking, and we both waved at each other, and it was the biggest coincidence.
That's mad.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Did you actually hook up and go and have a...
We didn't, because I'll tell you why. I want to say, so we messaged each other saying like, oh my gosh, can't believe I saw you. And I think he had maybe he had a basketball game to go to that night, and then we'll leave it the next day or something. So we didn't hook up.
Fucking hell,
but
man.
I would have, and mate, some viewers are probably like, as if he's going to catch up. But I would have happily caught up with Max out there. And I think when you're not in the racing environment as well, like us as drivers, we're probably surprised with how many other drivers would actually get on with.
Just brake check, just stop for no reason.
So So yeah, we're pretty. I would.
We hook up and go and have a.
We didn't, because I'll tell you why. I want to say, so we messaged each other saying like, oh my gosh, can't believe I saw you. And I think he had like, maybe he had a basketball game to go to that night, and then we'll leave the next day or something. So we didn't hook up. But I would have, and mate, some viewers are probably like, as if he's going to catch up. But I would have happily caught up with Max out there. And I think when you're not in the racing environment as well, like us as drivers are probably surprised with how many other drivers would actually get on with. So yeah, we're pretty chill away from the track.
I think you were
on the right a little bit.
a very good influence on Max when you were teammates. In terms of, I think you dissipated some of his intensity, which I think helped him grow as a person and as a driver. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, well, thanks. I'll say thanks.
Yeah, I'll be a compliment. That's compliment.
Look, I believe it. Like, I think we were good for each other. I think he certainly, he grew in that time, and I want to say that, he probably learnt a bit from me being with the team longer and being older, and you can see it. Like, he's less, less whatever fiery, erratic than he was, a couple of years ago, and he's matured, and he kind of, I think he found his place now, and if I contributed to that, great. If not, then that's cool as well.
But it's interesting.
But I'll take the compliment.
And you say you are mates. That's
yeah. Actually,
given everything.
Yeah, given everything, and given Baku and even other times. There was Budapest in 2017, lap 1. He took me out. Thanks, Max. There's actually pictures of me flipping him off. Yeah. So but even that, we quickly overcame any of that stuff, and I think ultimately it's because we respected each other. And in the heat of the moment, things are going to happen, and I know how competitive he is, and he knows how competitive I am, so things are going to happen, but I think we respect each other's will to compete, and we could kind of move.
Oh crikey, it's the Rosses.
Yep, sure is.
Keep right.
Because of that, it's like, screw you, but we know why.
It is kind of straight talking screw you from both of you. You seem to me to be pretty. There wouldn't be loads of. Was Max big into the sort of politicking in the games?
No, there wasn't. At least maybe I was too silly to see it, but no, there wasn't. And I think we were quite. We knew what we were doing. We knew what we were after, and we kind of just got on with it.
When you think about it, you've had some teammates, haven't you? Sebastian Vettel, 4-time world champion. Max Verstappen, surely. Having seen Sebastian work close up, do you think Max has what it takes to win world championships?
Yeah, from a talent point of view, for sure. And I think the
it is literally so quiet. Never mind. There's some cars behind me. Flanders. Okay. Oh, no, press the wrong button. This reminds me of a poem. It's in Flanders Fields by John McCrae. Here we go. Nope, I want that. I almost pressed my webcam. Here we go. In Flanders Fields, poppies blow between the crosses row on row that mark our place, and in the sky the larks still bravely sing and fly, scarce head amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders Fields. They up our quarrel with the foe, to you from flailing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders Fields. I probably screwed up the pronunciation, sort of like tempo, but it actually reminds me. Doing in Pingo doing some practice. They did to join him, but I think if they're still going when I finish this, I'll probably join him. reminds me, is it still streaming? I think not. I think he isn't streaming. Double check. Yeah. Only 3 hours. I don't blame him. That ain't too bad. Alright. I'll keep going. 2-minute pinger is still driving by the time I'm done. I'll probably join him. Just a bit of fun. Turn that off. Get my Spotify back up.
I mean, the main thing now is, and to hopefully be with me as well, and with anyone else that is in that position. It's, yes, talent is going to probably put you in the fight to be a world champion, but then can you handle the rest of it? The pressure, the environment, I hate the word, but the expectation, all of that. Can you handle that every night? Will you still sleep well at night, or are you going to start to overthink things and fatigue yourself and then be less sharp on track? There's so many other variables, but just on a purely talent point of view, then yeah, he has what it takes to do it.
Well, then I'm going to have to make the comparison because I'm intrigued to know the answer. Seb or Max?
Keep right.
I feel bad, so no. All right. No, I've been asked this comparison before, and I've said Max, and I'll say Max more for, look, Seb is like top tier, whatever, but mainly my reasoning for Max is as well that he's still got age on his side, and he's still got the ability to. We all can still grow and get better for sure, but I guess his window is bigger because he's still young. So from that point of view, I think he could still grow into something better than he already is.
Yeah, we're saying the same.
Hopefully not too much for everyone's sake, but yeah.
It's interesting, you wiped the floor with Seb in 2014, didn't you? And one of the things he said at the time was, this is much easier for Daniel because he's come from Toro Rosso, and a 5th place finish for him is a really big step up, whereas obviously 5th place for me, 4-time world champion, isn't good enough. So, much easier for you.
Yeah, in some aspects, yeah, absolutely. Like, it's easier. I mean, I'll make the comparison even this year, and it's just it's not a comparison to judge his results or my results, just a pure, I think for Charles, and as I experienced, it is easier going from a midfield car to a top car because it does things better. It's got more grip. Oh wow, it's easier, I can brake later, and it's, yeah, you've got the pressure then of a bigger team and yeah, more emphasis on your results probably, but the purely driving aspect, Charles would find the Ferrari easier this year, as I found the Red Bull in 2014 easier. Where me coming from the Red Bull to the Renault, that's more challenging this year, and that's something obviously I experienced early in the season. It took me a bit of time to get the hang of it, but you're going from something, from great to good is harder than going from good to great. Yeah, so from Seb's point, I get that, and I've done now both of it, so I see that.
And with look at thinking of Renault again. Then you say Max has got
It's
time
not
on
the
his
first one,
side.
it's the second exit.
Uncle Dan
Confusing, but
is now
very.
Is now.
It's a very weird looking sort of spaghetti junction when you look at the mini map. GPS navigator. It's complex.
But I mean, you've got another 10 years if you want it, but it's got to happen sooner rather than later for you now. How confident are you about 2020 and 2021?
So I definitely have more confidence in both myself and the team in 2020. So I believe I can be better, and naturally spending more time with them I will be. And there's some ideas, even like before the season starts, just to get the ball rolling, with the team, and just to, which I wouldn't have had this year because everything was new and whatever. So confident that both of us can grow and get better. And then 2021, who knows what's going to happen. It's exciting, I think, for the sport. Yeah, look, maybe I'm still fast and learning in 10 years and still want it as bad as I do now. But yeah, ideally sooner rather than later. I definitely still have, like, even though I turned 30 this year, I still feel I'm on, personally, like the younger end of the spectrum than the older.
I can get to the UK now.
So I'm certainly not washed up yet. And yeah, if anything, like as I touched on earlier, like this year has fueled me more than anything to get back to the podiums, you know, feel that success. And I think the reason for that is because I believe, you know, I can be.
Is it a fear of failure or the lure of success?
Bypassed Antwerp.
Say that in more simplistic terms. It's a bit late.
What drives? What is it? Is it wanting to do that shoey on the podium and win races, or is it actually getting out of bed and just not wanting to fail? I don't want to be that guy. Carrot or stick?
Okay. I don't know. Maybe a bit of both. Maybe like I wouldn't say it's a fear of failure, but it's more like, well, I hate losing, and so getting up out of bed, knowing I've got something to fight for, that's like,
okay, what's Kelly?
That's certainly a driving. That's a drive for me. But I mean, the success and all that, like the feeling. I mean, winning Monaco, like I've never felt a high like that, and I've never been surrounded by so many people like feeding off my high. You know, so that's hard. That's hard to turn down. So I want that again. I want that. But yeah, I still feel like, you know, the champagne and the trophy, that's like the icing on the cake. But crossing the line, knowing like you've been a beast more than anyone else on that given day, you know, across nationalities, you know, all other drivers from around the world, like that's a feeling of like power, I guess, and that's a feeling of, I don't know if it's an alpha male thing or what, but it's, yeah.
Of your 7 wins, in terms of your performance in the cockpit, was Monaco the one, given that you had all the issues with the car? Or is there, can you think of a better race that you drove and won?
I want to say they were all pretty good. No, look,
and they were, hey?
They were, yeah, I guess. Look, going through, like mentally
China,
for sure.
China last year.
Mentally, China was cool as well, thanks. No, mentally, yes, Monaco was the hardest.
Which one? So Monaco?
Yeah, and like that was, I guess, the most proud because I was, I guess, mentally exhausted, and I had so much, internal dialogue with myself that race, because I was like, you know, 2016, obviously I felt I was supposed to win and didn't, and then, you know, I had the problem on, I think, lap 28, and immediately I was like, 2016, and I was then thinking, why me? Is it a curse? But I don't believe in that shit.
All
like,
this
what
is going on whilst racing, leading the Monaco Grand Prix.
100%, 100%. And then then you start to feel down, and I literally just wanted to close my eyes and just be like, I'm done with this shit. And then, you know, my engineer's like coming in my ear as well, like talking, saying this is that, and I'm just like, oh, is this really happening? And then have a few deep breaths, and I'm like, no, I'll figure it out. And then I asked him, I was like, is it going to get better? He's like, no, this is it. Try and manage it. So then you feel like deflated again. And then you realize being deflated is not helping. So you slowly turn your mindset to pick little positives or little targets. So immediately then I was like, all right, engine's still running. Like, I'm still leading. Therefore, I can still win. This isn't 2016, it's 2018.
Lol.
Like, fuck that shit, that's happened. It's not going to happen again. We'll find a way. And it's like, let's just 5 laps at a time. Let's do the next 5 laps. If you're still leading and Seb hasn't passed you, then let's see, go another 5. So then I started, and then the longer I stayed in front of him and held the lead, then the more my confidence came back and my belief that the car was going to make it. And I got to a point where I said, all right, I've got to manage my tyres as well, but if I get to the last 20 laps to go, still in the lead, then we've got it. Like that was the finish line for me. So like, no, the tyres will get to the end after 20 laps. We're going to be fine. If Seb hasn't passed me by then, we're sweet. And that was the target I'd set.
How much slower were you lapping than you could have done?
Oh shit! Like, I want to say 4 or 5 seconds. Like,
Yeah.
it was a lot.
Yeah,
it was a lot.
But so that raises a question
Keep right,
in terms of, were you
and then
surprised that
exit
Seb
right.
didn't have a proper go at you? Because he didn't. I don't remember him I mean, I'm sure it was brilliant defensive driving on your
Exit
part,
right.
but also he didn't once have a proper crack at you. I didn't think.
Yeah, you're
Did that
right.
surprise you?
Well, it's like, so I know he got really close in like Casino Square, at least one lap.
Turn
I
left.
think it's turn 3 or something. But fortunately, Monaco is very one line. That as long as I didn't leave a door open, I think he knew that he couldn't really. There wasn't really a place where he could really dive bomb and make the move stick. And actually, by having low power, actually meant that my traction off the corners was pretty good. I didn't have to worry about wheel spin. So I created enough of a gap off the corners where he was catching me a lot by the end of the straight, but it was a little too late in most scenarios. And yeah, and I think he was then starting to suffer with his tires, but I don't know, it was, yeah, there was a lot going on. We were, yeah.
Because Dan, that raises another question for me. That, you know, the overtaking debate is one that's going on and has done for as long as Formula 1 has been in existence, really. And then, of course, the front wing came in this year. It was meant to help overtaking. It hasn't.
That was never going to work.
But so 2021, the guys at Formula 1 have done lots of research, and the hope is that it will be better. But how much of overtaking actually comes down to desire from the bloke behind? Because you're quite good at licking the stamp and sending it, aren't you? And therefore, you know, what made me think of this is Seb not really having a proper crack. I know Monaco's narrow and everything, but how much of it is actually driver-related rather than car-related?
Yeah, it's I mean, I guess it's a bit of both, but for sure, the driver does, I would say, make a bigger difference when it comes to overtaking, and I've experienced that firsthand. You know, I used to be timid and I guess a bit scared and whatever when I was younger, and I never really pulled the trigger. And then I started to, and I was like, oh, yeah, I can do it. And so a lot of it's on us, and also a lot of it's on how much you're willing to risk, and are you content trying and failing, and yeah, maybe losing some points, or sitting back, getting a couple points, but flying back home Sunday night with like, oh, yeah, I could have done better today, or I'm not doing this justice because I didn't put it all out there. So yeah, depends how conservative you want to be, but I would much rather try fail than not try at all. And there was too many times when I was younger I didn't try it at all, and I was just filled with regret and just crappy feelings.
You're not talking about in Formula 1, you're talking way back.
Yeah, way back. I mean, even the first year in F1, I think I was still a bit intimidated by the speed of it all, and I was not that confident probably.
Well, hang on, to be fair to you, I don't think the HRT was meant to, that wasn't going to be overtaking. Who are you planning on lining up when you were driving that?
Seb, as he lapped me, just sends it up the inside.
That was a first.
Yeah, but no, there was, yeah, it was more when I was younger.
On the train.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Before we send you back into this episode, here's something worth thinking about. Has anybody ever sent you an inappropriate and unlawful photo or video? You deserve the best defense.
Dan, we could talk all night, but there was just a couple of other things.
For it. I'm just going to eat this cold salmon a bit more.
Go for it. But look, Ocon next year, Esteban Ocon coming in. Do you think French driver in a French team is going to change the
crazy political? I got to get out.
How's your French? Are you learning French?
Am I learning? Well, I actually started the year doing all right. I picked up a few words and I was like, this is cool, I can get used to this.
But have you actually had lessons, or is it just picking?
No. I don't want to say I've been slack. Like, sure, I could have had a teacher, and yes, there is enough hours in a day most of the time, but I guess I quickly realized my priority was getting the driving sorted and getting the team up to where I feel they could be. So I was, any kind of spare time I thought was better spent engineering than learning
French
languages.
vocab.
Yeah. But I'm excited for Ocon to touch on that. Actually, I'm excited to have a new teammate. I think it's always a chance to learn. You know, no driver's perfect, and no driver is ever quicker
Right,
than their
England.
teammate on
Good old
every corner of
Bladdy.
every track of every lap of the year. So inevitably, there's always at least one thing to learn. So it's a chance for me to grow and get better as a driver. It's a chance for me to compete, against another young new prospect and all that. So it's cool.
And I guess he's coming with a bit of Mercedes knowledge as well, which is hopefully good for the team.
Absolutely. I think, there's the Mercedes, part of it, and there's also just, I think, him sitting a year out in F1, his motivation and hunger is going to be massive. So if we, I guess, push our competition in the right way, then I think it's only going to drive the team forward. So I'm happy with that.
I'm not sure how compatible you two are going to be, because I've been watching you eat this salmon, and it's taken quite a long time for a bit of salmon. Do you know what Esteban has for breakfast every day?
Oh boy.
A 6-egg omelette for breakfast. And then I think he said to me, it was on this podcast, Beyond the Grid, and then he has like half a chicken for lunch.
You would never know.
You wouldn't know.
He has, next time, viewers or listeners, I'm sure you know what Esteban Ocon looks like for the most part, but take a look at his waist. Waist down, he has the skinniest torso. I don't know, and where does his food go? He's like the leanest human being I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. 6-egg omelette for breakfast.
What an athlete.
Yeah.
That's good.
So
all right.
You can have some fun with him when it comes to breakfast. Now, Dan, what else? Look, MMA, mixed martial arts, UFC. Big fan.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Is Conor McGregor in or out at the minute? Is he retired or has he come back? I can't remember.
So waiting for him to come back. I think he will fight again. But yeah, so anyone who doesn't, it's, the long and short of it is it's cage fighting, but it's not cage fighting as far as it's just not these barbaric humans getting in a cage. It's mixed martial arts, so there is an art behind it all, and I'm just fascinated by it. Again, going back to competition, it's the most pure level of competition in the world. It doesn't get much more pure than that. You're literally in a cage or a ring. We'll call it a ring. Octagon. The UFC calls it an octagon. And I don't know. I was drawn to it. I've always loved combat sports. I loved boxing growing up, and I did a little bit of boxing for training, and one of my best mates was fighting. So I always loved that. But yeah, mixed martial arts really hit me. I think it was 2011, and I was just fascinated by it and drawn to it, and I loved it. And I'm like a full nerd, full nerd with it. I'm listening to interviews, press conferences, podcasts, every day. As soon as you leave, I'm going to finish my food and listen to
UFC podcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you ever fight yourself?
So in my head, yes, I would love to, but not. The reality is, I don't want to puff my chest out. I don't have it in my DNA. I'm not.
What do you need?
I'm not that guy, I guess.
A brutality. It's brutal.
Yeah, you certainly need a lack of fear for your face and how it might look. But yeah, no, it's, I don't know. I've met a few fighters as well, and they're very nice guys. You wouldn't think that that's their profession, So I don't know if you need a level of that in you or what. But yeah, it's I guess you're born with it or you're not, and they have it, and it's cool.
Have you been to
I would love to though. I would love to fight to feel that rush. Yes, we get a rush racing cars, but I think walking into a ring, for example, would just be knowing that you're literally going up against someone else, and that's it. There's no one that can help you. It's there's a chance you could get. Yeah,
it's very pure for may the best man win.
Yeah, and I like that. No excuses. Unfortunately, my sport's not like that.
But have you been to watch a fight live?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
It was the greatest, till this day, it was the greatest sporting event I've ever been to. It was in Vegas, 2015. I saw it was McGregor Mendes, and
so they were the two biggest guys at the time. Right?
That was the main event for that weight division. So that was 145 pounds, which is, we use pounds in England or kilos?
No,
I don't know what that is. I know kilos, but yeah. Anyway. And there was, so that was a big one, and but the whole event was amazing, cool, and the atmosphere was wild, and I guess it's one of those things, you love it or you don't. And I think, unfortunately, the people that see it for like, oh, they're like, oh, there's blood in this. They're like, oh, I can't watch it. But it's not, like, there's so much more to it than just what you see on the surface. It's quite beautiful.
You're a guy who's got so much going on outside of racing cars.
Good looks, you mean?
Well, all of that, Dan.
Okay.
Obviously. But another guy like you is Lewis Hamilton, in that he's got an awful lot going on outside of racing cars.
Interesting.
Do you feel you have a similar attitude to your sport? I think Lewis comes in for a bit of flack from some people for the way he lives his life, and where are you on the whole Lewis Hamilton thing?
I think, I mean, there is some. I think you got to find what works for you, you know. And look, just touching on that, if Lewis was doing his extracurriculars and racing poorly, then I guess he deserves the flack. But if he's still winning titles, then I guess he can say, well, I'll do what I want, you know. As long as I'm winning, then that's what I'm getting paid to do, so I'll keep doing it. And I think, like, for me, I really went through a transition. It was middle of 2013. I grew up very, like, hard on myself and very disciplined and with training and diet and all of it. And I think that served me very well through my teenage years, and it kept me out of trouble.
Black Wall Tunnel.
You know, when everyone was partying and this and that, and, you know, living away from family, it's like, oh, well, let's go and do what we want now. I was like, no, I got bigger fish to fry. But then it got to a point as well where I was, I think, too hard on myself, and I was too consumed by the racing and by the sport. So then the problem with that is when it doesn't go your way, and when you do have a bad weekend, you're really scratching your head because you're like, what else can I do? You know, and that's kind of harder to accept when it's like that. And it was middle of 2013. I felt like it was getting a bit too much. Like my results weren't there, and I wasn't really enjoying it as much. And I was like, I just need to get away. And I remember I went to New York.
Yeah, I'd be getting those.
I'd never been to New York. I went to New York for a few days and just didn't train for a few days. Had a couple drinks and just lived like a normal, whatever I was, 22-year-old kid or something. And I just came back feeling like refreshed, and I didn't feel guilty for, you know, enjoying myself for a few days. And then I slowly just found a balance with what works for me. And I'm not saying that's not, the example is find what works. And for me, having other interests, I think having an escape from the racing is good for me, because as much as I love it, I'm not really a racing nerd. Like I always had other interests in life, you know. And truth be told, you know, my second last year at school, you know, when you start doing work experience, I was scratching my head. I'm like, what am I going to do with my life? Like, I had racing, but I was far from professional, and I was like, what am I going to do? And, you know, I was playing other sports and doing things, but yeah.
So what did you do for your work experience? Just out of interest.
I worked, what did I do? I worked at a racing school for a bit, like being like a mechanic and stuff. So
okay, so it was racing.
Well, that was, but I also worked at a cafe or like a restaurant. I worked a bit with Dad, so doing like earth moving, so compacting and you know, working, like getting my hands dirty, I guess. And I was like, I could just go in the family business, but that seemed a bit, to be honest, like that was an easy way out.
Really?
And that never really sat well with me. And I didn't really love it. Like, my dad loves his job, and if I did that, wouldn't have really been my passion.
Oh man.
I enjoy it, but I didn't love it like he did. So yeah, having an escape is, I don't know, it's cool, because like I go to bed at night and I'm not running 70 laps in my head of Abu Dhabi circuit, you know, and because that's going to keep you up. You know, I'm listening to a UFC podcast or whatever, and that helps me. It might not work for everyone, but it works for me. And you gotta have fun as well. Like, I also got that. Sorry, I'm talking a lot, but
that's the idea.
It's useful. I know. And I also got to a point, and it was in that 2013, and people would ask me, "Oh, you've been to Japan, you've been to all these places. Like, how is it?" I'm like, I wouldn't know. I lock myself in my hotel room so I can get an early night's sleep, and that's it.
If you want to know about Suzuka, I'm your man. But
yeah,
right, yeah.
The hotel's great.
Yeah.
And that was another realization. I was like, what if I don't have a drive next year? You know, like, what if my career ended now? I don't have anything else to show for it. I've traveled the world, but I haven't really traveled the world. So I kind of made a point as well to get myself out there and to experience more, because it's a privilege that we can travel with this work, and I didn't feel I was doing it justice, and that alone really made F1 more enjoyable for me.
What's the most memorable thing you've done at a race that doesn't involve racing that we can talk about on the podcast? So like in Japan, have you climbed Mount Fuji? Have you
let me think. I mean, one more recent one was like we saw the luchador, like the Mexican wrestling. We saw that. That was
kind of a work thing, though, wasn't it?
No, that was like maybe I went there once for work, but no, that was like leisure. I was with friends. Okay. I think it was last year, and we went to do that, which was fun, and I think it was the night before qualifying, but it was whatever. It was cool. We enjoyed it. Oh geez, there's a lot. You got me on the spot.
Maybe, Montreal, you can do stuff, isn't it? But
Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Yeah,
and then got to like meet all the performers afterwards and hear their training regime and all that. Like that was also
quite
educational.
interesting? Yeah, I was going to say for you.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah, I don't know. I think I guess the idea of being tucked in at 9 p.m. at night. I think it's good when you're young, and it gives you the discipline. But now it's not necessary to kind of live by that every night.
You mentioned diet and how you religiously kept by a particular diet when you were climbing up through the junior formulas. I remember reading that you have you've got some special diet even now, right? What do you do? There's something you do,
really,
or don't eat, or you don't eat until lunchtime or something. Is there something? Isn't there something? Don't you do something? I mean, you're not really not going to get on actually if you're not a breakfast guy.
No, I love breakfast, but no, I think
am I right? Am I right?
Yeah, we did we've done some fasting and things like this.
5-2, or what's your thing?
So I actually did a 40-hour fast. I think it was last week, maybe. So just you can only have water for 40 hours. That was quite cool. Well, cool.
Why do you do
that? You want to know the truth? I still don't really know. But no, we've heard. So Michael, he's done some research on it, and you hear through some podcasts and that as well. Fasting can be quite cool to reboot your
here's the danger of
blood cells and all that.
Of working with an old mate. Could he just be trying to stitch you up?
Maybe. Yeah. But it's not in his interest
no,
either.
That's true.
But that's as well, because I have, so through it all, when I was young, I was very disciplined. Then I obviously started to just be a bit more relaxed with it all, as far as maybe diet went. But then I probably got to a point where I was too relaxed, and actually so this fasting, for example, is it's a way or a reason to be a bit disciplined again, because you can go 16 hours, 24 hours without food. You're fine. You've got enough stores in you. So it's just applying a bit of discipline in your life again. Even for that alone, it's quite good.
How did you feel after 40 hours?
I was I expected to get, you hear people might get a bit dizzy or lightheaded. I was okay. I did a bit of training as well in the 40 hours. But by then I was like, all right, I'm gonna eat. But you don't eat crazy. You don't make up for 4 or 5 meals that you've missed. But I was okay. But yeah, you feel a bit low on energy and whatever. But that was fun. It was whatever.
So that's a discipline thing as much as everything else. Because I guess as the weights have gone up this year, you're not. Is your fighting weight a little bit higher than it was last year, for example?
Like a kilo. It's not much. So somehow the cars always seem to be heavy, and it never really works out the way it seems. But yeah, I do have to watch my weight for sure. And actually getting used to doing a bit of fasting, that is sometimes a good way to keep the weight off if you need to do it quickly. But yeah, I'm 70 kilos, maybe 71. But yeah, if I'm more than 71, then it's a detriment.
Time for a 40-hour fast.
Yeah, there you go. So it's
What about other racing series, Dan? Are you, fast forward 10 years, are we going to see you in NASCAR? Are we going to see you in Aussie supercars? Or are we going to see you doing something completely different?
I think completely different is probably the answer.
If it's not the pinnacle, you're not interested, kind of thing.
I don't know if it's. I'm not interested. I would love to do Bathurst, and I would love to do Daytona 500, and that would be awesome. But I think it's more if I go all in with the F1 stuff, and if I put everything I can into, be world champion and get what I'm after. I think I'll be quite exhausted afterwards and quite done with it. So yeah, I'll want to break from, I think, the racing, and therefore I think I'll do something different. I think as well, like you've done it, I've already done it for a big part of my life, and I guess at some point I'll probably get a little bit sick of it, and yeah, just want something fresh. But,
See if 2 minute ping
and again, because I've got other interests in whether it's music or whatever else I'm interested in, if I could pursue a completely different role in a different career, that would be cool. I'm not saying I'm going to be a musician, by the way. I'm not saying that.
Well, we've got to start with an instrument.
No, so I'm not kidding myself. But like, I think to find love in another avenue of life, I think would be really cool. Like to have the same passion. If I could find even close to the same passion in something else that I got for racing, then I think that's like winning. You're doing pretty well.
Can you think what that could be?
I don't know like what it could be. I think it could be something surrounded by music, because it's hard. I guess it's hard to explain, but music does give me something which I still can't really explain, and I don't know why. Like my dad loves music actually, and he played instruments growing up, so maybe I get something from him again. But it just does something to me which, I don't know, it just makes me a very, very happy human. So I'll just be a groupie for all I care. But if I could listen to music for every day for the rest of my life, I know I'd be happy. So yeah, I guess something with music would give me quite a lot of fulfillment.
Well, look, Dan, winter's coming up. Final thoughts.
You don't want to talk anymore?
We could go all night. I'm loving it. But what does the winter hold for you? Are you going back to Perth?
Yes.
Staying in Europe? You always complain about the weather in England, in Europe in the winter, don't you?
No, it's all right. It's all right. I love Europe in the summer, and that's when I definitely enjoy Monaco the most, is in the summer. But I love summer in general. So yeah, Christmas is summer for me in Australia. So that's where I tend to be. So after the race, so everyone will think, oh, last race of the year, yeah, Sunday night, you're out partying and your season's done. No, you still got I got about 2 weeks more of work to do in Europe after the race. And when I say work, that's Renault, a bit of next year stuff, but also just sponsorship days through Renault, marketing days. I guess stuff like that. And then I'll get home, and I probably won't even tell my friends when I get home. Like I used to when the first few years, I was like, I'll tell them, I'm like, I'm going to land at 5:30 p.m, be at the airport, let's go out. Perfect. Like, let's start our summer. But now I think just because the schedule is so busy, and I'm normally pretty tired by the end of the season. So I want to just switch off for a few days and just go and got a farm. So just go lay with my cows and sheep on the farm and
you and Bernie. Bernie's got a farm. What is it about with...
I'll tell you what it is.
You're growing coffee as well.
It's living what do I have? No, I don't. I like coffee though. It's living such a chaotic, busy lifestyle, always surrounded by stimulus and people, that a farm is so awesome because it's really an escape. And I've always loved it. Like being Australian, we're exposed to a lot of land, and I love the outback and all that. So having a farm, it's just like definitely some peace and quiet, which
take yourself away on your own, or
I'll happily go there alone. I mean, I think naturally my family will want to come and spend a few days with me there, but yeah, as far as calling all my friends to come, and I'll hold off for a few days for sure, and just get a bit of me time, and hang out with my nephew and niece and teach him how to ride a dirt bike. That's the plan. I bought him some motorbike gear, so I got a little Pee-wee 50 out there, so I want to teach him how to ride.
He's very lucky to have an uncle like you.
Yeah, I'm a cool cat.
Dan, thank you so much for your time.
No worries.
It's been great to speak, and good luck. Let's hope the Renault thing in 2020 does what it's meant to do. What is it meant to do in 2020?
Get me drink out of my shoe again. That's really what I want from it. So yeah, podium would be, well, I say a podium, more than one is welcome, but to get back on the podium, I think that would be a tick in the box for us.
Oh, mate, good luck with that.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Cheers. There you have it. The biggest character in Formula One, telling big stories about racing and much, much more. One of the many things I love about chatting to Daniel is the flow of the conversation. 1 minute you can be mucking around, joking about something, and the next he'll hit you right between the eyes with a serious point. And what really came across during this podcast was his passion for racing, something he inherited from his father Joe. Don't be misled by the smile or the LA lifestyle or the love of UFC. Daniel's as passionate about Formula One as anyone else on the grid. Thanks for your time, Dan. Have a great winter, and I look forward to seeing you again in Barcelona for pre-season testing. Well, that's it for another episode. And we're almost done for the year, but we'll be back one last time in 2019 next week, when I'll be picking out my most memorable moments of the year. Stories from Kimi Räikkönen to Murray Walker, Damon Hill, Mika Häkkinen, Mario Andretti, and all of the other stars I've had the pleasure of chatting to over the last 9 months. And why not tell me your favourite moments via Twitter? You know the hashtag by now, hashtag F1BeyondTheGrid. And while I'm working through that, why not subscribe to the podcast if you haven't already? We're on all of your favourite apps, as well as Apple and Spotify. And many thanks for your feedback about last week's episode with Bernie Eccleston. We had a lot of comments about this show, so Bernie's clearly someone who still provokes opinion. Chris Turner got in touch via Twitter to say this: "You went from possibly the easiest interview ever in Rubens Barrichello to extracting every nugget from Bernie with the ease of a root canal. A clinic in sticking with the tough interview and coming out with gold." Well, whether or not it was gold is up for discussion, Chris, but your reference to a root canal definitely made me smile, and you're probably not wrong. As ever, please keep your feedback coming because we love it and we share it. And remember to use that hashtag F1BeyondTheGrid, and you can tweet me at Tom Clarkson F1. Beyond the Grid is produced by F1 in association with Audio Boom. Until next time, keep it flat out.
Place your bets. Stands big.
It's an hour long for the next one, best of 2019. So I said you're going through garages to buy. There's so fucking many. Damn. Yeah, I'll leave it there later. That's going to do it for tonight. It's going to do me. London's pretty fucking cool. Like, the rest, I know it's at night, but like, everywhere we just saw like the mods and stuff. So, it was amazing to drive. So yeah. That's me done. I'm probably just going to call it a night. Yeah. That's probably me done. Alright. I'll see you guys later on.